Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all on behalf of PH and Technology. I request all to please have a patience. We'll wait for a couple of minutes and we are going to start the workshop soon. Okay, let's start. Um, am I audible, Gaurang sir?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Neha. On behalf of PH Technology Private Limited, it's my pleasure to welcome you all students to our DevOps Engineering workshop. We're excited to have you all here with us today, and we hope that you will find this workshop informative, engaging, and rewarding. I'm thrilled to be here today to introduce you about our company and the exciting opportunities that we offer. We have started as a robotics company in 2013, and right now we have evolved into a dynamic software development IT firm as well as in business solutions, in digital marketing, in Android development, web development, and in IoT development. I'm delighted to speak to you about our company, that our company is focused on providing innovative solutions that exceed client expectations and enabling them to solve their problems effectively. Our vision is to provide transform practices into knowledge by going beyond the software and training programs to provide the best solutions. We believe that in today's rapidly changing business environment, knowledge is power and it's essential to be adapt to change quickly. So our mission is to provide a technology-based learning platform to all the students in India and effective software products to our clients. We are committed to leveraging technology to make education accessible to everyone and help our clients to achieve their goals. We are also very fortunate to have Mr. Gaurang Shah sir as our trainer for this workshop. Mr. Shah is experienced DevOps engineer with a wealth of knowledge and expertise in his field. We are confident that under his guidance, you will gain valuable insights and skills that will help you in your future endeavors. DevOps engineer, as you all might be knowing, that is a crucial aspect of software development and is rapidly gaining the popularity among the IT professionals worldwide. With the increasing demand for software delivery at a faster pace, DevOps is becoming a critical skill set for anyone looking to pursue the career in this field. This workshop is designed to provide you a comprehensive overview of DevOps principles and practices, as well as hands-on experience with industry standard tools and technologies. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for registering and your interest and participation in this workshop. I hope that you will make the most of this opportunity and use the knowledge and skills gained from this workshop to advance your career. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and we wish you a great learning experience. Also, I would like to introduce, it's my honor to introduce Mr. Gaurang Shah, who will be our trainer for this workshop, for this DevOps engineering workshop. Mr. Shah is an experienced IT professional with a diverse background in software development, cloud, and DevOps. With over 8 years of experience in industry, he has worked with the top organizations such as Across India Private Limited, Persistent Systems, and currently works with one of the top manufacturing organizations. Mr. Shah is a certified professional in multi-cloud platforms such as Azure and GCP, holding certifications like AZ104, AZ400, GCP ACE, and GCP PCA. Additionally, he is also an Oracle certified Java professional, showcasing his expertise in Java programming language. Apart from his achievements in the industry, Mr. Shah is also a passionate trainer who has trained hundreds of freshers to enter the IT industry and has mentored the 250 plus candidates for career transformation. He has conducted numerous interviews ranging from 3 to 10 years of experienced candidates for different roles in DevOps and cloud domains. We are incredibly fortunate to have Mr. Shah as our trainer for this workshop. With his extensive knowledge and expertise in DevOps, we are very confident that he will provide valuable insights and experience to all the participants. Please join me giving a warm welcome to Mr. Gaurang Shah. Welcome, sir. And now, without further ado, I would like to hand over this session to Mr. Gaurang Shah, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Neha. So, hello, all wonderful future engineers. I hope all of you are doing well. Welcome. My name is Gaurang Shah, and I am a DevOps and cloud consultant with overall 8 years of experience and working with one of the world's leading manufacturing organization. So, are you guys interested? Yes or no? I would like to see your response in the chat. So today we are going to learn what is the introduction of DevOps and the today's. Am I audible? Sneha, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, so I would like to see how much interested and excited for today's webinar, guys. Please respond in the chat. So I can even see how much excited you are about the today's webinar and real practical hands-on. Yeah, thank you so much. So guys, today we are going to learn about what is the software development life cycle process, like how software development takes place, what all steps are there in order to develop any software. Along with that, we will see what all different types of methodologies are there into the software development. Waterfall methodology, agile methodology. Then we will see the introduction to the DevOps, why DevOps is the important process to learn, and what is the career aspects of the DevOps. Once we'll understand what DevOps is, we will go ahead with the CI/CD pipeline. What is CI and what is CD? Continuous integration and continuous deployment. And what all tools we are going to use as a part of CI/CD, like version control tool, continuous integration build tool, configuration management, deployment tools, infrastructure provisioning tools, as well as you can say uh, monitoring tools. Then we will see what is the roadmap to become a DevOps engineer, what is the roadmap to become a successful DevOps engineer, what all tools and technologies you need to learn, what all basic prerequisite you need to have in order to become a DevOps engineer. And in the session 2 afternoon, we will see the project demo. We will be deploying a website. We will be deploying website in a automated way as well as manual way. And at the end, I am having the surprise for the people who will be there till the end. Okay, so let's start. Let's start with the session. So let me help you understand what DevOps is and how it solves some of the business critical problems. So before going ahead, we will first understand what is software development lifecycle. In order to develop any of this application or any of the software, we need to follow, everyone needs to follow some of the standard process. That standard process is consist of, just a minute, Sneha, I'm not able to going ahead. Okay, so some of the standard processes are planning, requirement, designing, software development, testing, deployment. This is not a development, deployment, as well as operations and maintenance. But before understanding this complete overview, this complete path, I'll like to tell you one story. The story is, it's about the software development process. Let's consider, let's start with story. Let's start with story. Aditya is the client who is having a Aditya is one of the client who wants to create and develop mobile application as well as website for his e-commerce portal. He want to develop an e-commerce portal which consists of on-demand bike service. This is a very new idea. This is a very new idea where he is going to provide the on-demand bike service at your doorstep. So, but he do not have any experience into the software development. He is having no experience in creating an Android application. So what he'll do? He met the Pradeep. Who is Pradeep? Pradeep is the CEO of PHN Technologies. So Pradeep is a CEO of PHN Technologies. PHN Technologies is a software consulting firm, and Pradeep will help Adi to explain him development, delivery, and service of the software to the client. Then he met Kabir. Kabir introduced Aditya to Kabir. Kabir is a project manager who is going to design and develop his application, and Kiran is the operations head. What is he going to do? He is going to deploy the application, and he will be taking care that application will be up and running for the longer duration of time. Okay, so after meeting with Pradeep, Kabir, and Kiran, Aditya as a client decided to go ahead with the software development with the PHN Technologies. So what will happen next? But Aditya is curious to know about what is the exact process of software development. So Aditya is curious to know about what is the process of software development. So what is the process of software development is? Software development is divided into multiple stages known as planning, requirement, design, software development, actual coding, testing, deployment, and operation and maintenance. So what is the meaning of planning? The first step is planning. In this phase, we discuss about the cost of this developing the product, how much cost is involved. Then what is the capacity of the what all types of capacity will be required to design this application. For example, as a DevOps engineer, as a development manager, I feel that we will be required 5 Java people, 2 front-end people, 1 database engineer in order to develop this application. Then how many team members will be required in order to deliver this application? What all types of expertise will be required from the team members? All of these types of things can be taken care by the planning phase. Okay. The second phase is requirement gathering phase. In this phase, the the Kabir architect and other people will sit together with the Aditya, and they will understand what all requirements Aditya is having. For example, if he is creating a on-demand service for bike repair, in that case, what he'll do, he'll first tell them that I want to design a software where I want to categorize the bike as well as like a Hero, as like a Yamaha bike, as like a Honda bike. It is a moped bike or a bike. This all types of things he'll provide. What all types of services he is going to provide. All of this requirement can be gathered by the PHN team as well as client. Client will discuss the requirement gathering requirements, and PHN team will gather those requirements. Then what all types of things will be required is done in the requirement phase. Next one is the design phase. In the design phase, the software architect will design the software by taking the inputs from this requirement phase. The software architect will design the application. He will write some documents known as high level design as well as low level design. And this high level as well as low level designs can be used in the next phase known as the software development. So what is the software development phase? Software development phase is the one where all of the developers or all of the coders like you guys will sit together, and they will start implementing the features. They will start writing the code based on the design document, high level design, or it may be low level design. Once software is developed, you guys, like all the software developers, develop the software. The next phase is the testing. The software testers will test the application if this functionality is working good or not. Okay. Is this UI is working good or not? The UI, do we have any bugs in the software? Do we have any bugs in the UI? All these types of testing can be done in the testing phase. In order to check the quality of product is good or not, testing phase is there. Next phase is deployment. In this phase, if everything is good, testing people will say yes, testing is good. In this phase, the next will be the deployment phase. In the deployment phase, team will come up with the deployment phase. Kiran will come up and he will deploy the application in the cloud or on the on-premise server, depends on the requirement. Once application is deployed, the last phase is operation and maintenance of that application. So in order to operate and maintain the application, what does it mean? It means that the application needs to be up and running for all the time. For example, you guys are aware of Amazon, Flipkart, Paytm, these type of websites, and at some time of the year, they are organizing the big billion day sale. They are organizing the payday sale. So at that time, the server, for example, in normal days, Amazon got 1 lakh hit per day, for example. Okay, but on these days, big billion days or any sale days, there is a possibility the users are hitting the website in number of 10 lakhs or crores. So how the operation team will handle that the website needs to be up and running for this all time. Okay, so this type of work can be done in the operation and maintenance phase. So software development life cycle is a base of any software development. It involves planning, requirement design, software development, testing, deployment, operation, and maintenance. So this life cycle can be used since a longer time, but along with the technology enhancement, along with the technology upgradation, it can be further divided into multiple processes. For example, waterfall method. What is the meaning of waterfall method is, in the waterfall method, if you see, the steps are the same: requirement collection, analysis, design, coding or building, validation, packaging, and deploying the application. But what is the issue? It is also following the same software development life cycle. But what is the issue in this waterfall method? Every one step is completed. If requirement collection is completed, then and only we can go ahead with the analysis phase. If analysis is completed, then and only we can go ahead with the design phase. So it is very much tightly coupled process. Let's take an example. If requirement collection required 2 months, analysis required 1 month, design required 1 month, this whole process will take 1 year in order to deliver the application. Okay. There is one drawback in this particular waterfall methodology. If there is any issues in the design phase, and right now the developers are building the application, then it is very difficult for them to go back and to change the design. So due to this, the waterfall method is not used in nowadays in large e-commerce platforms or large enterprise applications. It might be used in the small application. Okay. So in waterfall model, each phase needs to be completed before start of the next phase. Each phase needs to be completed before the start of next phase. So this will take a huge amount of time to deliver the final product, to deliver the final application. Okay. Second one is, it is very difficult to go back into the stage. If I want to go back into the analysis phase from design phase and change the requirement, then it is the biggest disadvantage responsible for late delivery of the application. It may take months or years to deliver your application. So to overcome this waterfall methodology, the next methodology came into the picture is known as Agile methodology. So what is the meaning of Agile? The meaning of Agile methodology is the complete application will be broken down into multiple pieces or multiple requirements, and then with the help of sprints, we are going to design that applications. I will show you again. If you see over here, Agile is a smaller list of iterations. What is the meaning of this? For example, for first 2 to 4 weeks, we are going to work on welcome page. We are going to work on login time, dashboard, and gallery. Once this sprint is completed, once this work is completed, we will get the feedback from the customer as well as architect, as well as other stakeholders of this particular application. If they find, yes, this everything is going well, then they are going to provide us the next iteration or next task as based on the priority. Okay. So all of this work can be done by the product owner, manager, architect, and the team lead of the application. So what will happen? A big application is divided into number of chunks, and that number of chunks, we are going to follow the software development life cycle for every chunk. Okay. Then there will be the next. Now, what is the issues in this particular Agile methodology? What all drawbacks of this Agile methodology? Right now, what is happening is, now let's come back to our story. Let's come back to our story. Kabir, who is the project manager or delivery head, he will go to Kiran and he will ask Kiran. Pradeep, Kabir, who is the project manager, he will go to the Kiran as an operation head and he will ask Kiran, hey Kiran, can you please deploy my application, the version 1 of the application? Okay. So Kabir explained Kiran about the deployment of code on the servers. Then tester will test the code on the servers. But operation teams, let's say, facing some hurdles by continuously upgradation or continuously enhancement of the application and continuous deployment. So what happens in this case? Kabir and team, like development team, they are working in Agile methodology, and Kiran and team, they are working in the operations team is working in the waterfall methodology. So to avoid this, the PHN asks a DevOps engineer like me for the consultation, like why our product are not getting delivered in a better way? Why it is not getting delivered in a fastest way? So as a DevOps engineer, what I will do? So what is the work of a DevOps engineer? I will come into the picture and I will explain the collaboration between the teams. I will explain the dev team as well as ops team, like how you will collaborate in order to deliver the better application. I'll tell them the better way of communication for the delivery and how we will integrate the code effectively for the better software delivery. Let me show you. I'll explain team the ops concept. I'll explain dev team the ops concept, so development team can easily communicate with the ops team. And I'll explain ops team about the agile working, so ops can collaborate with the dev team. And most important, the automation training to the every team members like dev, QA and ops team across the project, which consists of how we are going to build the code, how we are going to test the code automated in an automated way, how we are going to deploy the code, how we are going to do a change, how we are going to manage the infrastructure related changes, and everything where automation comes into the picture. So here we came. What is the definition of DevOps? DevOps is the collaboration between development team and operation team in order to provide better delivery of application. Okay, so this is all about the DevOps. So the next phase is DevOps is again divided into multiple ways. I'll show you. If you go over here, we will go ahead to roadmap for DevOps. I'm going to explain you what is the roadmap from this particular website, roadmap.sh. Okay, I'll share this website over here. If you see over here, before going into this, let me explain you. DevOps is divided into multiple parts. The first part is infrastructure management. The second part is automated deployment. The third part is infrastructure as a code. Fourth part is more of, you can see, support in order to track a maintenance. So as a DevOps engineer, there are multiple roles are available: build engineer, deploy engineer, CI/CD engineer, DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, SRE, MLOps engineer. So there will be lots of opportunities are out there for as a DevOps engineer. So if you see here, what today we are going to focus about what is CI/CD pipeline, or what is the continuous integration and continuous deployment engineer. So the DevOps engineer is primarily working on continuous improvement and continuous delivery of application, as we already discussed. Okay, so what is the meaning of build and what is the meaning of deploy? So this is the complete build and deploy pipeline. In this, there are multiple phases are available. Developer will start writing the code. Once code is written, they will commit that code at the centralized location known as a version control. In our case, we are going to use GitHub as a central location. Once code is getting committed into the central location, the code needs to be compiled. For example, a very basic example, you guys are writing a Java hello world program. You guys are writing a Java hello world program. You write a program in a code way, but once your code is ready, you need to build that particular program, or you need to compile that your particular program. Once your code is getting compiled, it will be converted into jar or war file. Once compilation is done, it can be packaged into jar or war file. You can consider jar as well as war simple as like your zip file. Okay, once your package is ready, what you will do, you will go and you will check the application is working correctly or not. So you will do a unit testing or UI testing. You will do the code quality testing. So this type of work can be done in continuous integration. So what is the meaning of continuous integration? The meaning of continuous integration is once you start writing the code, but your team is having number of developers, number of people are working on that particular application development as well as delivery. So in order to keep track of code changes, in order to keep track of everything, in order to keep track the code is getting written in a better way or not, the code quality is good or not, so all of this thing can be done in the testing. Okay, once your code is ready, it is known as continuous integration, because you are committing your code, you are building your code continuous way multiple times in a day. So this is the reason it is known as continuous integration. So what is the continuous integration? Is a software development practice to merge small changes of the code done by the project team members frequently and automatically. If there is any code commit on the project source code, the CI tool automatically picks up the code, build and deploy onto the QA environment, onto the dev environment, onto the production environment. So once code is deployed into the QA environment, automated tests are automatically run and results will be shared to the dev team as well as QA team. So this is the meaning of continuous integration. So this is the project flow. This is the flow of the DevOps lifecycle. Once you start the writing the code, it will be the build. Okay. The first is the plan. You plan how you want to write the code. Okay. Once you will plan that this is the architecture diagram of the application. Once your planning is ready, you will design that particular application. Once your design is done, you will build or write the code of that application. Once your code is ready, you will test that particular set of code. And once testing is done, everything is okay, you will release that code or you will deploy that code into the environment in order to get access to the outward sites, to the outward people. Okay. Once your code is released and deployed, the next phase is operation and next phase is monitoring. And then this is the continuous cycle. That's why it is known as the continuous integration as well as continuous deployment. Okay. So what all tools are involved in this particular set of CI/CD pipelining? The first stage is source and version control code. As I told you that we need to have the code at the central position, at the central location, known as source or version control. Okay, where all the developers will commit their code at the central position. A source control system is known as a version control system, allows developer to collaborate on code and track the changes. Source control is an essential tool for multi-developer projects. What does it mean? If in your team 10 people are working individually, they will commit their code into the centralized position. So what all tools are getting used? GitLab, GitHub, as well as Bitbucket. Okay. The next one is CI tools. CI tools means continuous integration tools. So in CI tool, we are using Bamboo, Travis CI, Team CT, as well as Jenkins. Okay. So the CI tools are responsible for configuration of all the tools at the centralized place. For example, in this case, you want to integrate GitHub. I'll explain you the complete process. So what is the software development process? Developer writes the code, and commit and push the code at central location. Which is that central location is GitHub or GitLab. Once code is ready, step 1, once code is ready, then CI tool like Jenkins will pull the code from GitHub and build the code. So what is the CI pipeline? the steps in the CI pipeline will be. So this is the generalized way. This is the generalized way. In the CI pipeline, what all things will be done? Pull code from source code management tool, build and compile code. Okay, so in order to build and compile code, there are different types of applications or tools are getting used. For example, in case of if your application is Java based application, then we are using Maven, Gradle, or Ant. This type of tools we are using in order to build the code. Once your code is getting built, then we are doing the testing of the code. So in the testing, again, there are different ways there. The first way is in the testing, first way is code quality test. If your Java application is Java based application, for this we are using SonarQube. Second one is unit testing. For unit testing, we are using JUnit. There are lots of tools are available. These are just the most widely used tools or the tools which are very famous. Then in CI pipeline, we are pulling the code. We are building and compiling the code. We are testing the code. Once code is getting tested, there are different ways we can do. The next phase is storing the artifacts. What is the meaning of artifact? The meaning of artifact is once your, let's say once your Java code is ready, it will be compiled into .jar or .var file. It will be compiled into .jar or .var file. So once your package is ready, what you will do, you will save this package to Artifactory. Okay, so what is the meaning of Artifactory? Artifactory means centralized location of software packages where we maintain versions. Why we required this? Why we required the Artifactory? Why we required the centralized location of software package where we maintain the versions? The reason is, for example, right now you deploy your code with, say, auto repair .1.1.jar file. We are deploying our application. It seems good. Okay. Then next, what will be the version? Let's say we added some features in software, like, for example, like add multiple bikes for repair. And the software developer developed the version 1.2. Okay. But somehow this particular version is having some of the bugs. Somehow this particular version is having some of the bugs, and we need to roll back to version 1. So what will happen? We'll ask Jenkins to go back and deploy the older application. We know that application 1.1.1 was working good and 1.2 is having some of the issues. So due to this, in order to roll back, we are having a Artifactory. In some of the cases, the Artifactory examples are which tools are we are using, which tools we are using. Nexus is one of the famous tool. Okay, but if your application is Dockerized, you can use Docker Hub as well. Along with Docker Hub, you will have private. You can also use private Artifactory for security purpose. Okay, and then once your Artifactory is stored, okay, so you understand why we are using Artifactory. Okay, we are pushing our container or we are pushing our software to the Docker Hub. So this is all about the CI pipeline. Okay, so in CI pipeline, in order to perform the integration of all of these tools, Why we are using CI tool? Why we are using CI tool? Let's say Jenkins. Why we are using Jenkins? In order to integrate all tools like Git, Sonar for code quality, JFrog or Nexus. JFrog or Nexus are Artifactory repository. Okay. Then Docker Hub, Kubernetes. So all of these types of tools in CI/CD pipeline can be integrated with the one tool known as Jenkins, CI tool. Right now, we have only discussed about the continuous integration, but Jenkins is also useful in continuous delivery of the tools, continuous delivery of the application. So Jenkins tool is used as a CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment tool. Okay. Then once this is done, so you understand about the CI tool. CI tool consists of Bamboo, Travis, CI, Team, CT, and Jenkins. All of these types of tool, you can use either of the tool. Okay. We have already discussed what is the meaning of build tools. Build tools are known as the programs that automate the process of building an executable application from the source code. This building process includes activities like compiling, linking, packaging the code into an executable form. So I already gave you example. Apache Maven and Gradle are most widely used tool in case of the building of Java applications. So what all steps are included in the building of the tools? Downloading the dependencies from the centralized repository of Maven or Gradle, compiling the source code and to form a binary code or to form a zip code. Okay. Then next phase is the packaging of the binary code. Once your code is ready in .jar or .var, it will also helpful for running the test if code is good or not, and to deploy them into the production system. So this is the work of. So Anjan, I got your question. What is the difference between version control systems like GitHub and Artifactory? Okay, so GitHub is a version control system. Okay, where we are storing our source code. And Artifactory is something where we are storing our artifacts. Once your code is packaged, you can say .jar or .var format. Okay, you can say if your code is ready, if your application is ready. Once your application is ready, you will store that particular set of version of your application into the Artifactory. So GitHub is useful for your code storage. Okay. Then this is about the build tool. Next is continuous testing. We already discussed what all life cycles are there. So continuous testing, what does it mean? Once your application is built, and your application is ready, .jar or .var file is ready, it is very much important for a testing people to check that the code quality is maintained or not. When you work in a real-time organization, when you work in a real-time environment. So in organization, there are some coding standards are set up, like your code needs to be perfect, at least 80%. Okay. So if your code needs to be good 80%, if it is not good 80%, then your code will be rejected. Okay. In order to perform this type of testing, SonarQube tool is getting used. Okay. Second one is JUnit. JUnit is used for a unit testing, like your UI is working properly or not. Okay. So continuous testing in the DevOps is a software testing type which involves testing of the software at every stage of the software development lifecycle. For example, you developed a feature. You committed that feature into the source control. In your GitHub, you can say, once you committed that in your source control, it will be getting built with the help of Jenkins. Once your code is ready, it is built, .jar or .var file is ready. Then in the next phase, you will test that particular set of code or this particular set of feature is working correctly or not. All the coding standard are getting followed or not. So there are two types of test will be done. Unit test as well as code analysis. So code analysis can be done with the help of SonarQube. Is your code is following the standard coding practices? Yes or no? Your code needs to be perfect more than 70%, more than 80%. Okay. If it is not, then this particular testing pipeline will fail. It will reject your code. If your code feature is working perfectly or not, if you are perfectly working or not for a unit testing. So this can be done in the with the help of JUnit. Okay. Once everything is okay, testing is passed, then and only we are going to deploy our set of code into dev, QA, prod, or pre-prod environment. So now what is the meaning of environment? What is the meaning of environment? I'll explain you what is the meaning of environment. Okay. What is the meaning of environment? What is environment? There are 10 developers are working on software development. There are 10 developers are working on the software development. They are having their own workload, their local workstations. They are working on their local workstations. Okay. So what is the meaning of local workstation? It's your personal laptop. Okay. So all of these people will commit the code at the centralized location. They will commit their code at the centralized location. Once your code is getting committed, right now, all of these developers are working on local workstation or laptop, and they will commit the code at the centralized location. From here, commit and push the code, commit as well as push the code. From here, what will happen? From here, the next step will be uh, all of the 10 code getting merged at central location. So there is a possibility there will be the conflict in the code. So once all of the conflicts are resolved and your code is ready, your application is ready, we need to build the application and deploy application into the dev environment. So what is the meaning of dev environment? The code of 10 developers consolidatedly, all the code changes done by the 10 people are working perfectly or not, that can be tested into the dev environment. Dev environment is a development environment which can be used by the developers. It may be on-premise servers, it may be cloud servers, it may be virtual machines. Okay, so let's say it may be in the cloud server, it may be AWS cloud, it may be Azure cloud, or it may be Google cloud. So the code is working in your laptop, but the code is working in the dev environment or not, that is more of important. So in order to work your code into these environments, dev, QA, or prod, what things will be required? For example, right now you are developing code in Java. Let's take an example. You are developing code in Java. Okay. So your dev environment needs to have all the dependencies or all the uh, tools which are required, which are already there in your system. So these systems will also have the same tools or softwares like your system. Okay. So these things needs to be installed. This can be done by the infra team or sysops team, the system operations team. Okay. But as a DevOps engineer, if you will be having experience or knowledge like how we are setting up the Java, Jenkins, or any of the tools on the remote servers, then it will be the added benefit for you guys. Okay. So what is the meaning of dev environment? The environment where developers will do the collaborated testing that code is working or not. Then comes QA environment. So what is the meaning of QA environment? The meaning of QA environment is testing people will perform the test like sanity testing, like code quality check, Like UI testing, you can say there are multiple ways UI testing, and they will find out the bugs for the dev team. Like your feature is not working properly. This particular set of functionality is not working properly. Once they will find the bug, they will pass that bug to the dev team again. Again, dev team will work on that particular bug. They will fix that bug, and they'll again deploy the application or deploy the code into the dev environment. They will test in the dev environment. Once everything is good, they will push the code back to the QA environment. So this is the continuous process. Why QA team is important? The QA team is important for better delivery of your application. Okay. Once QA will pass, once QA is okay, once QA people will say QA is good, then the next phase is pre-prod. Pre-prod environment. So what is the meaning of pre-prod environment? This is also known as UAT environment. UAT means users acceptance testing. It means that name suggests what is the meaning of UAT, users acceptance testing. User will test the application, is everything is working properly or not, as per my expectation, as per the user's expectation. If he find that yes, the application or the features are working as per my expectations, then and only he'll give the go ahead. Yes, you can go ahead. It is the user acceptance testing environment. Okay. If everything is good, in the next phase, it will go for the prod. So what is the prod environment? Prod environment is the environment where the end users will access the application. For example, right now, all of you people are the end users of Amazon, Flipkart, Paytm, or any of the tools which you like, Grofers, Ola, Uber. So all of these applications are currently running into the prod environment. But to reach at the prod environment, they will need to go through all of these phases. So the environment may vary. There is a possibility in dev environment, we will be having a multiple servers. In QA environment, we will be having the multiple servers for each activity. There is a possibility if I'll have a 10 pre-prod servers where 10 different location of users will test the application. Okay. So this is the very basic understanding. What is the meaning of environment? Okay. So once the testing is done, the next phase is the containerization. So what is the meaning of containerization? Till the time what we have done, we developed the application in the Java. We developed the application in the Java and we deployed the application on our different environments, dev, QA as well as prod. But what will happen tomorrow if I told you why Docker is came into the picture? Why Docker? Let's say we are having application built with the Java as backend. Let's say Java 11 as a backend. Let's take an example, Java 11 as a backend, Angular 2 as a front end. We are using MySQL DB to store the data. Okay. And we are developing this application. Underlying infrastructure is, for example, Ubuntu 8. Okay. We are using underlying infrastructure Ubuntu 8. Okay. So this is in your local system. This is in your local system. Every developer, all of the 10 developers are having the same underlying infrastructure Ubuntu 8, and we are having the application and we are building the application with the help of this, and our code is working fine in local. My code is working fine in local. Okay. But when we deploy code in dev environment, okay, it's also running good. But this is just an example. It may fail in dev as well, but in QA it failed. So what will happen? QA people will come to you as a developer. Hey, your code is not working in my environment. Okay. Then as a DevOps engineer, what we will do is, as a DevOps engineer, what we will do is we will troubleshoot, and we as a DevOps engineer, we found that in the QA environment we are having Java 8. Okay. We are using CentOS operating system. We are using CentOS operating system instead of Ubuntu. So underlying infrastructure is different. We are using the package of Java is different. The libraries are outdated. There are multiple things we found out that these all things are not available in QA. So what we will do is, in order to resolve this issue, what we will do is we will use Docker. So what is the Docker? Use of Docker? Containerization. What Docker will do? It will package OS, libraries, dependencies into a container. So I hope you guys know about the container, shipping containers. What used to do over there if one ship is traveling from one location to another location? So in that containers, one container will consist of only bikes, one container will only consist of only cosmetics. Okay, so it will be very easy to identify that at the destination. It is very easy to identify this container is containing this type of material. So similar way, Docker is also useful. It will package all the operating system, all the libraries, and all the dependencies into the container. So what will happen if you Dockerize your application? In the second session, we are going to learn how we are going to Dockerize the application. In second session, we are going to learn how we are going to Dockerize the application. Okay. So once you Dockerize your application, you can give this particular Docker container to anyone, irrespective of your underlying infrastructure, irrespective of your setup, which is already there in your local system or already there into the QA environment. The people or the QA team will be easily able to run the container, and they will be easily able to test the container if it is working fine or not. If we come back over here, so containerization is a process of packaging your application, packaging our application code with its dependencies into a single package. A single package is known as a container. So such package can be run through anywhere. So the very short meaning of Docker is build once, package once, Dockerize once, and run it at anywhere, irrespective of your on-premise server, irrespective of your virtual machine, or irrespective of your developer's laptop. Okay. So the next phase is container orchestration. So what is the meaning of orchestration? Okay. So right now we all knows the era. This is the era of microservices. So what is the meaning of microservices? Let me show you the meaning of microservices. Let's say I'll go to Amazon.com. How many of you visited the Amazon.com? How many of you visited the Amazon.com? I would like to see the attentiveness of everyone in the session. No one? So if instead of Amazon, let's take an easy example, Myntra.com. Yes. I can see the people are responding yes. Let's take an easy example of Myntra.com. Yes. Amazon, Myntra, all of you guys are fond of these websites or these applications. So when you see the what is the meaning of microservices, today is the era of microservices. Everyone needs to have a at least basic understanding of microservices. I will try to explain you in very layman terms. The meaning of microservices is building a application into a containers, and every container is having a different functionality. For example, if you build your application and in your main section you will be having topware, innerware, bottomware, footwear, different categories. So you can consider each category as a container. You can consider each category as a container. So in men, let's say you are having 10 containers. In women, you are having 10 different categories. So every category is container. Okay. So in order to deploy this particular set of functionalities in orchestrated way, for example, tomorrow in the case in this application, if there is some issues while accessing the footwear sports shoes category, footwear sports shoes category, and the user reported that the sports shoes category is not accessible. So in that case, as this is a microservice based application, it will be very easy for the developer to fix the sports shoes section or sports shoes related code from the backend or front end very easily. It will not impact the other functionalities. If uh, if someone else try to access the formal shoes, someone else try to access formal trouser, they will be able to access it because the issue is only with the sports shoes. So the developer will fix the sports shoes and they will again deploy the container for the footwear after correcting the sports shoes. So the meaning of container orchestration is the automation of the container in order to deploy your workload as well as services. Okay, so there are different types of tools are available in the market based on this particular container orchestration. The underlying tool is Kubernetes. And with this underlying tool, Google is having their own engine known as Google Kubernetes engine. The Azure is having their own tool known as Azure Kubernetes Service. And Amazon is having their own Kubernetes setup tool known as Amazon EKS. Okay. So this is all about the Docker as well as containers, the Kubernetes container orchestration tool. Okay. The next is, once we understand what is the meaning of Docker, what is the meaning of Kubernetes, so far we have seen the tools. We covered the different types of tools: Git, GitHub. Git is used for managing your source code, and GitHub is a centralized location where you store your code. Okay. Then we have seen the Jenkins, the continuous integration tool Jenkins. So Jenkins is used as a continuous integration as well as continuous deployment tool. Then we have checked the build tools. What is the meaning of build tools? Is it will be helpful to build your source code into binary code. Once your binary code is ready, you will do a packaging of that particular binary code, is known as build tool. Then we have seen the continuous testing. What all tools we are using into the continuous testing: JUnit, SonarQube. There are multiple number of tools there. Then what is the meaning of containerization? We have seen that. And next one is, what is the container orchestration? Why we are using the container orchestration? In order to run containerized workloads as well as services, we are using the container orchestration tools. Now, next one is configuration management. Sometimes what happen, now let me explain you what is the meaning of configuration management tool. So again, configuration management tool are getting divided into multiple sections, you can say, or multiple parameters. The configuration management also covered the infrastructure as a code. For example, if I want to deploy a complete virtual machine stack, I want to deploy 10 virtual machines. Out of 10 virtual machines, I am having 5 CentOS, two Windows machine and two Ubuntu machines or Red Hat machines. So this type of deployment can be done in terms of automated way with the help of Terraform. Okay, let me explain you in a simple way. So configuration management, it is a very important part of DevOps. It helps into the rapid software development. For example, in case of software deployment on infrastructure, so as a dev team member, you do not need to be worry about the underlying infrastructure. The underlying infrastructure management can be done with the help of Terraform. It may be done with the help of Ansible. It may be done with the help of Chef. But Chef, Ansible, and Puppet, these tools are used for the configuration management. For example, I want to deploy Java application on 100 servers. So it will be very difficult for the system admins to run or to set up or to install Java, Git, Maven, all of these types of application on every server one by one. So what they will do, they will use Ansible as a configuration management tool. Okay. So with the help of Ansible, they will write a single script and they'll deploy the Java, Git, Jenkins, whatever tools are required or whatever tools stack are required on the servers with the help of Ansible. Okay. So any questions so far? Sneha, can we take 10 minutes of break? It's 11:10.
Yes, sir. We'll just a break of 10 minutes and we'll resume the session after a short break.
I think Sneha, till the time we'll ask all the students to provide the questions if they are having any. Okay. And we will take the questions in the last 20 minutes of the session of the first half.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
If anyone is having any questions, queries, please ask in chat box. Please put your questions in chat box. Gaurang sir will solve all your queries in like after 12:30 p.m.
So it is 11:25. Can we start? Everyone is ready? Sneha, can we start the session? Students?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I can see number of students are joined again. So before starting the session, I would like to know, from where all of you students are coming from which city and from which college. Till the time all of you guys are pasting, let's start with the session. So we were at configuration management. We are going to discuss more detail about the configuration management, what all tools we are using into the configuration management, and what is the use of these particular tools. For example, Terraform, we are using to create the underlying infrastructure. For example, let's say where we are using Terraform. I want to deploy 10 servers on AWS, which have not 10, let's say 100 servers. I want to deploy 100 servers on AWS, which consist of CentOS operating system with 30 servers. Okay. Ubuntu 30 servers. Windows 30 servers. RHEL 10 servers. So as a system administrator, it is very difficult for them to provision the server because they need to follow some of the process like taking the approvals from their managers and to deploy these servers. Okay. Along with this, we are having the specifications like we need 8 GB of RAM and let's say 1 TB of hard disk. Okay. Similar way, I want that on Ubuntu, I want 16 GB of RAM and 2 TB of 500 MB of
Please
hard
speak
disk.
now, sir.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You are audible, but your screen is not visible.
Okay, let me share it again. I hope it's visible now.
Yes, now it is visible.
Yeah, thank you so much. So let me give you the example where we are using the configuration management tool as a Terraform. So Terraform under configuration management, there are multiple things are coming. Configuration management. Under configuration management, we will be having infra management. We have config management. Okay, deployment management. So there are different types of parts under configuration management where we are using Terraform. Let's say I want to deploy 100 servers on AWS. Okay, out of 100 servers, 30 servers are CentOS. Okay, and let's say 30 servers are Ubuntu. Out of these 30 servers, I want 20 servers on version 8 and 10 servers on version 9, for example. Okay, I want 30 Windows servers to be deployed. In these 30 Windows servers are consist of Windows 10 on 15 servers and let's say Windows 2016 on 15 servers. And the specifications are different. Let's say I want 4 GB of RAM and let's consider it as a 500 MB of memory, 500 GB of memory, sorry. Okay. Again, RHEL, we are having some of the requirements, let's say 8 GB RAM, 1 TB of memory. Okay. So as a system engineer, if we do not have Terraform, what will happen? We do not have any tool in place. We do not have DevOps engineer. So system engineer needs to provision every machine. System engineer will provision every machine manually. So let's say one server provision needs 1 day to create or deploy a server. So this is a tentative calculations, you can say. It is not completely correct because every company is having different procedures for system administrators to create or provision the server. Sometimes the things will take a month in order to get the space or servers in the cloud or on premises. But we are, for easy purpose, we are taking, it will take 1 day to deploy one server. So how many days to deploy or to provision 100 servers? How many days it will take? It will take 100 days. So it is very difficult for the dev team or the product team or the project team to get the details or to get all the servers to be provisioned. Okay. So this is the manual way. When system engineer will create the servers, it will take 100 days. Let's say we are having the Terraform. So what we will do in this case, Terraform, we will just write a script in easy way. In that script, we are going to explain that we want CentOS, Ubuntu and Windows, all of this configuration. We want to deploy these servers on AWS. So within a single click, we will be provisioning 100 servers. So to manage the underlying infrastructure, to create, manage, update the underlying infrastructure, or to scale up or scale down underlying infrastructure, we are using a Terraform. Along with Terraform, we are also able to use Ansible, Chef as well as Puppet. But these tools are partially helpful in order to provision the underlying infrastructure or to provision the infrastructure. More of Ansible, Chef and Puppet are more used in configuration management. If I want to configure, I want to install Java, I want to install Git, I want to install other tools like Maven in order to run my application on all of these 100 servers. In that case, I'm going to choose the Ansible, Terraform, or Ansible, Chef or Puppet. Or if I want to deploy a Java application, let me give you the real-time example of Ansible. What is the real-time example with Ansible? When I used to work in one of the project down the line 5 or 6 years ago, the project was Java-based project, and we are deploying the application on Apache Tomcat. So I am having a Java-based project, and we are deploying application on Apache Tomcat. So what I have done as a DevOps engineer, written an Ansible playbook which have 3 steps. Okay, in the Ansible playbook, which have 3 steps. Stop Tomcat. Second phase is deploy application, and third stage is start Tomcat. So this is one of the real-time example. If I want to deploy my application which is Java-based, and I want to deploy that application on Apache Tomcat. So in that case, this is the configuration management. What configuration I'm doing? I'm first stopping the Tomcat. Then I'm deploying the application. How we are deploying the application? By copying the jar or war file at the particular place of our workspace on the servers. Let's say I want on dev server. On dev server, my workspace is, let's say, var lib app Here I am deploying bike.jar. So what I'll do, I'll copy the artifact at this particular location of the dev server. Okay. Similar way on the QA server. Similar way on the prod server. Okay. So this is the way what I'll do. I'll deploy or I'll copy the artifact over here. I'll deploy the application and I'll at the end I'll start Tomcat in order to access the application. Okay. So this is the way we are using the Ansible. Similar ways we can use Puppet or Chef as well as a configuration management tool. Okay. Someone asked me question in the chat window, is Git is also configuration management tool? You can say the primary goal of GitHub is to have a centralized location for your code at the centralized location. But why configuration management tool as a GitHub or Git? The reason is we are storing our Jenkins file, we are storing our Docker file, or we are storing our Ansible playbooks at the centralized location as a code. That's why Git is also used as a configuration management tool. Okay. Now the last part is the monitoring. Now let's understand what is the meaning of monitoring is. You deployed your application. Okay, everything is right. Now you want to monitor if your application is working properly in the production or not, if memory consumption is good or not. Okay, so in that case, what all things will taken care with the help of this particular tool sets. Okay, you want to check the CPU utilization of the servers, how much CPU is getting utilized with our application. Is it consuming a higher consumption or not? What all processes are taking higher consumption? So in that case, Prometheus is came into the picture. Prometheus collect the information or the matrices from the different servers. Let's say we are having 100 servers. It will get or collect the information on all of these 100 servers, and it will store centrally in the Prometheus dashboard. Okay. Now I want to visualize as a DevOps engineer, I want to visualize it graphically. In that case, the Grafana tool will come into the picture. Now, all of these tools together, Jenkins, Ansible, Docker, Terraform, Kubernetes, monitoring tools like Prometheus and Grafana, these all of tools will come together and they will form a DevOps lifecycle. They will be helpful for continuously integration and continuously deployment of your tool. Now, let's go ahead with what one of the important aspect. Just give me a moment. Now let's understand what is the meaning of continuous deployment and continuous delivery. We explain CI/CD. Let me explain it again. CI/CD. CI means continuous integration. In the continuous integration, what all steps are there? Pull latest code from GitHub, GitLab repository. Second step is build, compile and build. Compile code. During compilation, test code quality. If everything is good, then build the code or package the code. Once code is getting packed, store binary, not code, binary or package at Artifactory. We are going to do a hands-on. In that hands-on, we are going to use Docker Hub as a Artifactory public repository. Okay. Once it is packed, this is about continuous integration. Now, what is the CD? Continuous deployment, or it is also known as continuous delivery. So what is the meaning of continuous deployment and the meaning of continuous delivery? So it can be explained over here. If you see At the very first, we started with the agile development. We first understand what is the SDLC, software development life cycle. In second phase, we understand what is waterfall methodology, what are the drawbacks of waterfall methodology. We cannot go in the backstage and we cannot correct the previous step and come again. It is very tightly coupled. Next one is agile development. In the agile development, we are just doing the coding and building the application and doing the deployment work manually. So this is the agile development. Now we see what is the meaning of continuous integration. Continuously integrate your source code and build that source code continuously and test that your source code continuously with the help of tools like SonarQube or JUnit. Okay. Continuously package your code and continuously store the versions of your package into at the centralized position. This is about continuous integration. Now, what is the continuous delivery? Let me explain you the meaning of continuous delivery is, let's say, continuous delivery. Let me explain you continuous delivery. Let's say our application, which application we are having, which idea we are working, or Adi is working. Our application, our Adi is working on the on-demand bike servicing app or platform. It may be any app, Android, iOS, or web application or platform. So this is our application. Okay. So what is the meaning of continuous delivery? The meaning of continuous delivery is, as a DevOps engineer, what you people will do, you will write a pipeline. The pipeline is having the different stages like this. All the stages are available over there. What will be in the pipeline? Different stages in the pipeline. Again, we are having different steps in the pipeline. Okay. So in these steps, this is just an example. This is not the right, you can say, the pipeline syntax. I will show you the right pipeline syntax. Okay. So your code is getting built, but next phase will be you need to do a continuous delivery. So in that continuous delivery, how you will automate? This is in the build steps. Okay. This is your build steps. Now the next steps will be deployment steps. Control C. Second one is deployment steps. Deploy steps. Okay. Your packaging of code, you can do it Docker. Okay. So in deploy steps, what you will do, you will deploy your application on Kubernetes cluster. So what is the meaning of Kubernetes cluster is? The meaning of Kubernetes cluster, what does it mean? I'll tell you. Let's say I want to deploy this particular application on 100 machines. So this 100 machines will form a cluster. Number of machines will form a cluster. Okay. So for easy way, let's deploy the application on EC2 instance for now. EC2 AWS instance. So what will happen in the deploy step? You will first deploy from local to dev environment. Once it is good in dev environment, the dev will automatically package that code, automatically transfer this particular set of package to the QA people for testing. Okay. And if they find it is good, then in the next stage, if QA will approve, the QA manager or QA lead will approve that your functionality is working good, the developers are working good, and their code is also good, everything is fine, then it will go to the UAT, user acceptance test. Okay. This particular phase, if you know here, let me go again here, continuous delivery. The life cycle will stop here, the UAT. Okay. It will not go into prod. For prod, what we will need for prod, let me go here and continuous delivery. For prod, it will not go because for prod deployment, we need approval from business owner. you can say Adi and team. Plus, we want approval from our manager. You can say Kabir. Or you can say who is the architect of the application. We need the approval from Kiran that can we deploy this particular set of code into the production. So this all the steps are automated way. If you see here, this is automation. These steps will happen automatically, but this is manual step. That can we go live? Can we go live? So for production deployment, in the case where we need approval from the business owner, in that case, we can call it as a continuous delivery. Now, what is the continuous deployment? So what will happen? How we will go from continuous delivery to continuous deployment? How we will go from continuous delivery to continuous deployment? Okay. Let's say Adi, who is the product owner, or Kabir, who is from your project manager, and Kiran, who is from your ops team, they are, and as well as me. There are multiple parameters on which the continuous deployment lifecycle depends on. For example, all of the people are in sync, and all of us think that in a day we are merging, in a day we are deploying applications 10 times, for example. So it is very difficult for all of us to give the manual step process multiple times in a day. So what we will do, we know that our developers are working fine. All the dev team are doing a good quality of code. Everything is working perfect. So what we will do, we will give the approval for the continuous deployment after discussing with the business owner that yes, we are doing our best. Right now, we are in a mature state, and our application team and development team knows how to code. We are having pretty much confidence. In that case, continuous deployment will come into the picture. Just give me a moment. Okay. So what is the meaning of continuous deployment? Okay. We are deploying our application continuously into the production. Like in the continuous deployment, what all things will do? Local dev, QA testing, UAT, and prod. UAT. This is the continuously we are doing the things. It is known as continuous deployment. We do not need to use the manual steps. We do not want to use any of the manual step. In that case, continuous deployment will come into the picture. So this is the basic difference between continuous delivery and continuous deployment. Now let's go back to operate. What is the meaning of DevOps? Everything, every steps needs to be performed will come under the DevOps. So for example, there is one steps, it's still pending, the monitoring of application or monitoring of system. Along with this, if we automate the monitoring with the help of Prometheus, Grafana, there are lots of different tools are available into the market. So including everything is there. If everything is there, then the complete life cycle is known as DevOps. Now, this life cycle changes as per the application, as per the requirement of the customer. But the tools which we have discussed so far are most widely used tools in the market. Okay. Now, I see some of the questions in the YouTube live that someone want that what all tools we are using and what all things we need to learn to become a DevOps engineer. Okay. Let me see the questions. Okay, I'll explain. I see somewhere the questions. I'll explain. I have just downloaded a deck from the Google, and this is a very good, you can say, presentation. Though it is not complete, but it is a very good presentation or very good mind map or the chart which you guys need to follow to become a DevOps engineer. Okay, so first thing and the foremost thing, to learn the programming language. Okay, so Python, Golang, JavaScript, Ruby, Along with this, you need to have a very good knowledge of shell scripting as well as bash scripting. All of this are not required. If any one of the this you have, it is also good. Okay. Second thing, you do not need to have an expert or pro level or developer. That's what I feel. But if you are having Java plus DevOps, if you know Java thoroughly or any programming language plus DevOps, then it will be really beneficial for you for longer perspective of your career. Okay. But many of the people do not like coding, so for them a basic understanding of code, why this code is getting failed, what all exceptions we are getting, and how to troubleshoot that exception, if you know these things, then it is very pretty much okay for you guys at fresher level. Okay. Python, Golang, JavaScript, Ruby. Along with this, you need to have a basic understanding of Groovy language. The reason is the Jenkins pipeline, which we are going to write in the next session, is based on the Groovy language. Okay. Shell scripting, yes, we can use the shell script as well into the pipeline. Okay. So there are some of the points which are a prerequisite. You needs to have knowledge or understanding or very good knowledge on this things. The first part is programming language. Second part is you need to have very good understanding of operating system. It is a must. It is must. Irrespective of your technology choice, irrespective of you want to go into DevOps, if you want to go into cloud, you want to go anywhere. Anywhere means into software development, data science, machine learning, any of the technology you want to be into, get into, you need to have very good understanding of operating system. So Linux and Unix are most widely used operating systems in terms of software development world. Okay, so you need to know the basic commands, how things work. You need to know how we are managing the people, how we are managing the processes, how we are managing the resources, how we are managing the storage, how we are managing the network of the server of the operating system. You need to have a basic understanding of file manipulation, how we are manipulating the files, how we are writing the content into the files. So these all are the very basic things you need to know. Maybe if time permits, I will take a very short hands-on session on the Linux commands. Okay. The third part is network and security. For network and security, you need to have basic understanding of TCP IP fundamentals, how TCP and IP works, how DNS works, how HTTP and HTTPS works, what all ports are there. For example, for SSH, you need to know that if I want to do a SSH secure shell into some server on Linux server, in that case, we need to open port 22. That these basic things you need to know. The next part is servers. Servers, there are multiple types of web servers where we are deploying our application. One of the example I have given you, real-time example where I worked in my past. We are deploying our Java application on the Tomcat server in order to run it. So Apache, Nginx, Tomcat, IIS, JT, these all are the web servers where we are deploying our web applications. Okay. Then we also may have a basic understanding of caching. Redis and Memcache are these two you need to know. And then the last one, but not the least, database, NoSQL as well as SQL database. It is not necessary to have the complete knowledge or the complete understanding of all of these things, but yes, at least one or two web servers you need to be aware of, at least one or two databases, one NoSQL database, one SQL database, you need to have an understanding and knowledge of. The next part is infrastructure as a code. I see there are some of the questions in the chat that some people needs to have clear understanding of infrastructure as a code. We already discussed what infrastructure as a code is. We are creating our infrastructure with the help of code instead of doing it manually. It's a very layman term, infrastructure as a code. We are creating our infrastructure. So what infrastructure consists of? Infrastructure means underlying virtual machines. Your virtual machines may have virtual private VPC. Okay, your virtual machines may have networking and storing capabilities. Your virtual machines may have some amount of RAM as well as memory. Okay, so storage, networking, virtual machine, subnetting, there are different types of fundamentals you need to know about this. So what all fundamentals you need to know about this? While creating an infrastructure, you need to know how we deploy the virtual machine. This is one of the simple example. You may deploy Kubernetes cluster, but I am giving you the example of virtual machine. When we deploy a virtual machine, it will create a virtual network. It will create a VM resources. It will create OS disk, network interface, network security groups. Now, what is VNet? What is disk? What is NIC? What is public IP and private IP? What is NSG? What is inbound and outbound rule? These all basic things you need to have understanding of. That I am going to cover in next session when we create a virtual machine on AWS cloud. Okay. So with the help of Terraform, we are provisioning the infrastructure. Now, why Terraform? The reason is Terraform is having the modules for, if you want to create the infrastructure on AWS, yes, you can create with the help of a single tool called Terraform. If you want to create the infrastructure on Oracle Cloud, either on Google Cloud, either on Azure Cloud, so Terraform is only one tool which is having all the capabilities to provision infrastructure irrespective of any cloud or on premises. But if you specifically want to work on AWS only, I want to work on AWS only, in that case, there is a tool or there is a service of AWS known as AWS Cloud Formation. Okay, so AWS Cloud Formation is useful if you want to create the infrastructure on AWS Cloud. If you want to create the infrastructure on Azure, there is a service known as ARM template, Azure Resource Manager template, ARM. Azure template is used for infrastructure provisioning. And if you want to create the infrastructure, or if you want to create the underlying virtual machines on Google Cloud, for that, Google Cloud is having service known as Google Deployment Manager. But point here is to take note of this particular tools, Cloud Formation, ARM template, and Azure Deployment Manager will work only with their respective cloud. You cannot use AWS Cloud Formation with Azure template. You cannot use Azure template with Cloud Formation, vice versa. Okay. So as a cloud engineer or as a DevOps engineer, you know, if you want to learn all of these three things, it's good. But if you know only Terraform, you can provision infrastructure anywhere on AWS Cloud Formation, Azure template, or Google Deployment Manager, as per your wish. Then second one is container orchestrations. So what all tools we are using as a container orchestrations? We already defined the underlying technology or underlying tool which we are using as a container orchestration is Kubernetes. Similar way, we are using OpenShift as well, Nomad as well, and Docker Swarm as well. But Kubernetes is most widely used tools in today's era in the industry. Okay, so if you are using AWS, so there are service of Kubernetes on AWS, Azure, as well as Google Cloud. Okay, so if you see in this particular set of sheet, the blue color, it means that this is suggested by the one who written this DevOps roadmap. If you want to learn programming language, the primary way is to learn Python. If you want to learn server administration, learn the Linux. If you want to know network and security, you need to at least know TCP fundamentals. So the blue color defines the most widely used tools or most widely used technologies. Okay, the Kubernetes, if you see over here, container, for containerization, Docker is most widely used, and configuration management we already discussed. If I want to perform some of the list of the activities, someone asked the more examples of the configuration management. There are tens of hundreds of examples of configuration management which we can do with the help of Ansible. For example, I want to for Ansible, I want to let's say I want to see how many servers out of 100 servers, all the servers are live or not. So I need to do ping to all the 100 servers. I can do with the help of Ansible. If I want to install Java, Maven, Git, or any of the tools on 50 servers, let's say I want to deploy on only 50 servers. out of 100 servers, I want to deploy it only 50 servers. So within a single command, within a single playbook, I can do it with the help of Ansible. I will group the host names or the IPs of all the 50 servers in a single bucket, in a single group, and I'll run my Ansible playbook on that particular group. Okay. Then if I want to deploy my application with the help of Ansible, the real example I already gave you, with the help of Ansible, I can stop the Tomcat container, I'll deploy, or I'll copy my artifact and I'll start the Tomcat server. So my application will be deployed. So this is the infrastructure as a code. In infrastructure as a code, there are four, under this umbrella, there are four buckets: configuration management, Ansible, Perfect Shape, Stack. These tools are getting used. Container, Docker, RKT, LXC, this type of container we can use. Container orchestration, Kubernetes, OpenShift, Nomad, Docker Swarm we can use. And infrastructure provisioning, these all tools we are use. Our today's session focus is more of on CI/CD, what is continuous integration and continuous deployment. We already seen the meaning of CI/CD. Now, Jenkins is most widely used tool, as I told you. Along with Jenkins, one may use TeamCity, Circle CI, Travis CI, AWS Code Pipeline, Google Cloud Build, GitLab CI, Bitbucket Pipeline, as well as GitHub Action. Okay. And the last part, okay, the clouds. One may need to, you guys need to have at least knowledge of one cloud. In that one cloud, there are hundreds of services. You need to have at least understanding of couple of important services, as we already discussed. What is the virtual machine? What is VNet? What is disk? What is networking interface? What is the meaning of public IP? What is the function of public as well as private IP? What is network security group? What is inbound traffic? What is outbound traffic? These things you need to know. Okay. How we are deploying the virtual machine or infrastructure on the clouds. If you know these things, then it will be important. So there are different types of clouds are there. If you see, very important is AWS. Okay, then important is Azure and GCP, and normal like OpenStack, Ali Cloud, and IBM Bluemix are not that much widely used. Right now, AWS, Azure, and GCP are important clouds. Out of this, I'll suggest you need, if you want to learn, you can learn AWS as well as Azure. If you know the basic fundamentals, then it will be very easy for you to learn the other cloud. If you are expert in AWS cloud, then it will be very easy to learn Azure or GCP. Okay. Then there is a monitoring and logging. We see why monitoring it is important. It is important to know what all processes are running on the server. Okay. And our application level processes are running well or not. So for monitoring, we already saw Prometheus and Grafana. If you see, I already explained in my PPT. I explain only Prometheus and Grafana because they are important tools. But apart from that, we can use Zabbix, Datadog, New Relic, and Check MK tool as well. Okay. In logging, we can use ELK. Just a minute. Let me take it. Okay. If I want to store my logs centrally at the central location, I did not add this particular slide in my PPT, but let me explain you. The meaning of logging is I want to store all the application logs at the central position. At that time, I am going to use ELK. Okay, ELK, EFK stacks. Even the Splunk is most widely used tools. I already worked with the Splunk tool in my experience. So this is all about the DevOps roadmap. Now, question comes here. There are lots of tools, lots of technologies are included into the DevOps. So it will be very hard for an individual or very tough for the student to learn all of these things. But no worries, all of these things are very much pretty simple. If you know the basics of the tool, it will be very easy to understand the next things. Okay. So this is about the DevOps roadmap. Now, I'll show you one example where we are going to deploy our application, deploy EC2 instance in AWS cloud. Okay, how to do that? Here, what all things we are going to see. as I already told you, when we deploy virtual machine, what all things are getting created? Virtual network, virtual network. Okay. Then VM resources, OS disk, NIC means network interface card, network interface card, network interface card. We will define everything like what all definitions of VNet, what is the VM resources, what is OS disk, what is NIC. Then NSG means network security group, network security group. In this network security group, we are having two parts, uh, inbound traffic and outbound traffic. So in NSG, we are having two things. Okay. In NIC, we will be seeing what is private IP and what is public IP. Okay. So when we deploy virtual machine, it is very easy to say, I am deploying a virtual machine. I am creating a virtual machine in the cloud. We can deploy virtual machine within 2 minutes in the cloud. But behind the scene, in these 2 minutes, as a DevOps engineer or as a cloud engineer, you are creating this number of resources. So this is a really magical thing. Okay. Now let's go here in AWS console. Okay. Let me first show you how we are deploying the instance. Right now, I am logged in into my AWS console. For this, even you guys can take the free access of this AWS services. You will get $300 to use this particular AWS services for 1 year. Okay, so you can easily Google it out. Get free AWS account or credits. Okay, so how I'll get 300 credit? Okay, so there are different ways you can get the 300 credit, $300 credit in order to use the services. You are creating virtual machine, you need to pay something to AWS, right? But AWS is giving you $300 to use the services. Okay, so it will be very helpful for you for the practice purpose. Okay, now let's see. I want to launch an instance. I want to launch an instance means I want to create a EC2 virtual machine. If you see, Amazon EC2 allows you to create a virtual machines or instance that run on AWS cloud. You can create your own machine on AWS cloud. Okay. Now let's see. I want to give the name DevOps Masterclass. For example, I want to give the name of the machine as a DevOps Masterclass. If you see over here, the summary, how many number of virtual machines I want. If I put here 3, it will create the 3 machines. But right now we want only 1 machine. Okay. If you see over here, AMI, what is the meaning of AMI? Azure Amazon Machine Images. AMI means Amazon Machine Images. And AMI is a template which consists the software configurations like operating system, application server, application required to launch your instance, search or browse the AMIs. Okay, so what all AMIs are available? If you see over here, this is Amazon Linux 2023 AMI, which is Amazon's own Linux virtual machine. Okay, image. Okay, you can even filter out over here. Like I want only free tier. I want to use only free machines. I want only Linux operating system, and I want only 64-bit of operating system. So, okay, so if you want to deploy Red Hat RHEL 9 virtual machine, you can select this particular set of virtual machine, Ubuntu, Debian. Okay, but in today's example, what we will do is I want to create, just a minute, DevOps Masterclass. Okay, 2023, let's say. I want only one machine, but I want Ubuntu. I want Ubuntu virtual machine. Then there are different types of versions are available of Ubuntu. For example, in some of your system you are having Windows 10 installed. In some of the your machines you will have Windows 11 installed. Similar way, we are using Ubuntu Server 22.04 LTS HVM SSD volume type this. Okay. Then we are having the types of instance, how much CPUs I want, how much memory I want, that I can select from here. If you see T1.micro, it is having one virtual CPU and 0.612 GB of memory. Okay. If I'll select T2.nano, one CPU, half GB of memory. Let's do one thing. I'll go ahead with this T2.small. The family is T2. We are having only one virtual CPU and I want 2 GB of memory. I want 2 GB of memory to be deployed. Okay. If you see the instance AMI I selected Ubuntu, it is reflected over here. Then I'll select T2.small. If you see over here, it is getting selected over here as a summary. Okay. If I want to do a key pair, I want to create a new key pair. I will create a new key pair with the name DevOps Master Class. Okay. What I'll do, I'll create a key pair with this name, DevOps Master Class. So what is the meaning of key pair? Key pair means if I want to access this particular set of virtual machine from outside the AWS, you can consider it if you guys are working into the office and you are the someone who comes the earliest in the office. Let's say instead of 9 a.m. you log in at 8 a.m. in the morning, but you are the unique person, right? So in that case, what you will do, you will ask your manager to get the key of particular room or bay where you are sitting. So this particular type of key is known as key pair. If you want to log in this particular virtual machine from outside AWS network, at that time you will be required this particular key pair. Okay, this is the network setting. What type of network is this? If you want to edit this network setting, you can create your own name. You can provide your own subnet. I'll explain you what is the meaning of subnet as well. Okay, you can create your own security group. We already see the security group. Security group means it will decide which type of traffic my virtual machine will allow to come inside the virtual machine or to go outside the virtual machine. For example, if I want that only this type of port or this type of uh, host can access my machines, that can be done with the help of the NSG. Okay. If I want only to do SSH, if I ask that if I gave you this key and I ask you to log in into machine with the help of SSH, this is the security group. Only if you are connecting with the help of SSH, in that case only I am going to allow you. Okay, so this is the way. Then launch instance. If I click on launch instance, if you see over here, my instance is getting launched. If you see successfully initiated launch of instance, and this is my instance ID. If I go back to the instances, if you see the instance state is pending, it is creating my instance. Okay. Within 2 or 3 minutes, we will be seeing that instance is ready or not. Okay. So till the time instance is getting ready, if anyone is having any questions, feel free to ask in the comments. Sneha, you can take the questions and consolidate it.
Yes, sir.
So now if you see, our instance is ready. DevOps Masterclass 2023 is ready. Now our instance is ready. Now I want to connect my instance. Okay, so how we'll connect? I'll go here. If you see, there are multiple ways are available over here to connect to the instance. Okay, if I want to connect it from AWS itself, so what I'll do, I'll just connect via AWS portal. If you want to connect it from SSH client, so how you'll do, you will just run this particular command, ssh-i secured shelf -i. I'll provide the key devops-masterclass.pem. If you see over here, devops.masterclass.pem, then Ubuntu is username of my particular virtual machine, and this is the host name of virtual machine. If you see, our virtual machine with public IP is ready, and this is the private IP. Okay. Now let me increase the screen. Okay. Now if you see, I am logged in with the Ubuntu user, and the IP address of my machine is 172.31.92.111. Okay. Now here comes, as we already discussed, we will run some of the Linux or this particular set of Ubuntu commands over here. At the very first, we need to update the binaries. What all binaries we are having for this particular operating system, we are going to use it. How we will do? Sudo apt update. Oops. If you see, after running the command, it is updating the binaries, all the binaries which are available, which are not available in this virtual machine. After running the command, it is updating the binaries. Okay. If I want to upgrade the binaries, at that time I'll use apt least upgradable. If I want to see what all binaries are upgradable, at that time I'll use sudo apt least upgradable. Okay. Now I am clearing the screen. If I want to go, if I want to list out what all directories are under this particular set of folder, at that time I will do ls-la. Okay. If I want to log in to the user with the help of root, at that time what I'll do sudo su. If you see over here, the previously user was Ubuntu. After doing sudo su, the user is root. The user is root. Root is the user which is having all the powers to perform the operation. For example, in last, let me exit from here. If I'll do history, I'll see what all commands I have run till the time after creating this particular virtual machine. So we ran sudo apt update. If we run apt update, it will not run, because if you see the error, permission denied. I do not have permission to write apt update, to run apt update. So with the help of sudo means I am giving Ubuntu user the super access to run this particular set of command. That's why we are using sudo apt update. But what if I log in with the user sudo, with the user root? At that time, if I run apt update, it will update all the binaries. If you see over here, it already ran all the binaries. Okay. So understand the user management. Like we are having by default root user. Okay. And by default, the user with which we have created the virtual machine. Okay. In case if I want to install Java, for example, I want to install Java on this particular set of machine with the help of command. So how I'll do it? Does anyone know how I'll do it? I'll do it with the help of apt-get install openjdk. Let's see. Install Java on Ubuntu. Sudo apt-get install openjdk 11. If you see over here, sudo apt install default jdk default jre. If I want to install Java 11, at that time I'll install Java 11. Just a minute. Install Java 11 on Ubuntu. If you see sudo apt-get install openjdk Java 11. If I want to install any of the application, I'll install like this. It will ask me, do you want to install? Yes, I want to install. Once installation is done, what we'll do, we'll check the Java version is really, do we have downloaded a Java or do we really install the Java into this virtual machine? That we are going to check. So similar ways, I am having all the commands. If you see over here, uh, the session 2 in the PHN web seminar, you will see what is operating system, how we are using the operating system, along with the what is the meaning of OS components. We already have done this particular set of webinar in the previous session. So from here, by referring this particular video, you can see how we are managing the file, or how we are managing the users, how we are creating the new users, how we are deleting the users, how we are managing the groups, how we are adding the groups, user to the groups, then what all basic commands needs to be known. Okay, how we are setting up application like Java, Ansible, Docker, KTS. Okay, what all tasks system administrator can do, what is the Linux permissions, how we are changing the ownership, how we are changing the permissions. So all of these things we already have gone through in the session 2 webinar. If you want, you can check it from there. Okay, so this is the way we have created the Java. If I'll do Java hyphen version, if you see over here, Java OpenJDK 11.0.18 we have installed on the system. Okay, this is the way. Now let's go ahead and understand. As we already discussed, uh, we are going to see while we create the virtual machine, what all things is getting created. What is VNet? VNet is a virtual network. It is home for virtual machine. When you deploy the virtual machine, it will create a network for your virtual machine. So that network is known as virtual network. Okay. So what is the meaning of disk? There are two types of disk: OS disk plus data disk. I'll show you where is OS disk and data disk. If we'll go over here, instances, if I'll select DevOps Masterclass, if you see, it have created the public IP address, private IP address, public IP address is DNS. Okay, instance type t2.small. Okay, this is auto assigned IP addresses from the AWS pool. Okay, subnet ID, what type of operating system or platform we are using, Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu is Linux based operating system. Okay, what is AMI of that Ubuntu? Monitoring is disabled or enabled. So all of the basic things you will see over here. Okay, then if we go into security networking, if you go into networking, let me make it larger. Okay, if you go into networking details, public IP address and private IP address. What is the meaning of public IP address? I'll show you. Public IP address is a part of networking. If we want to connect machine from outside world, outside of AWS. If we want to connect to this particular set of machine outside of the AWS, in that case, public IP is getting used. What is the meaning of private IP? If I want to connect it from AWS itself, if you see over here, right now I am into AWS console. I am connected to my virtual machine with the private IP address. Okay, so this is the private IP address is used when I want to communicate inside the AWS network. If we want to communicate inside AWS network, so in this case, we are using AWS private IP. Okay, so what is NIC, network interface card? Network interface card, if we want to send or receive the packet, for example, when we run sudo apt get install Java, so we are receiving some of the packets of Java. So in order to send and receive packets of data, we are using NIC. All packets of data can be sent and received by virtual machine can be goes via NIC, and NIC will get public IP address as well as private IP address. So this is about the NIC. Okay, what is operating system disk? Disk means it holds OS. Disk will hold OS level data. Okay, we can save temporary data on operating system. For example, disk C in your hard in your laptop or in your computer is your OS disk. Okay. Similar way, we are having a data disk. If we want to store some of the application level data, at that time we are using the data disks. If you see over here, storage, inside storage, we are having a root disk device name, root device type. Okay. And this is your disk. This is your volume created while you create the operating system. This is the size of my disk. Okay. What is the type? So this is all the things about the disk. Okay. Then again, we will go to EC2. If I want to see my networking, I already shown you networking. Okay. Where we have deployed this machine is in US East 1B zone. Then in the security, we will see network security group. If I show you here the network security group. So network security group is attached to network interface or subnet level, and it acts as a firewall to decide which type of traffic can come into the virtual machine and which type of traffic will go outside the virtual machine. Okay. Now, if I click on edit inbound rule, right now, what I have permitted, what is the meaning of inbound rule? Inbound rule means information coming in to the AWS network. If I'll ask to SSH into this virtual machine with this port, then it will be allowed. Okay. In next session, I will show you when we connect to the Jenkins. Jenkins is running on 8080 port. Okay. So at that time, what we will do, we will add the Jenkins port over here as a port 8080, and I'll ask them to, you can ask my IP to connect, and I'll save the rule. Okay. So if we do this particular virtual machine's IP address :8080, then 8080 will be accessible. That we are going to see in the next session when we do actual hands-on of the project. The next session will be having the project. The project, what we are going to do is we are going to deploy a React application using the Jenkins. I will show you which project we are going to deploy and how we are going to deploy step by step. So what will be the steps in that particular set of project? The project is not developed by me. It is already developed by someone else. It is an open source project. Okay. So the developers have developed a React application or website. What we will do, we will commit that particular set of website into the GitHub. Okay. We already have done the setup of Jenkins, Java, Git at one of the virtual machines. We already have done setup. So Jenkins, we will see how we will do it manual deployment, then partial deployment, and then complete automated way. We are going to see the three projects. Okay, the Jenkins will pull the code from GitHub. Once code is available in the Jenkins server or in our virtual machine, let's say AWS machine, the Jenkins will build the container out of that code with the help of Docker. Okay, once container is ready, we will push that container to the Docker hub or Docker registry, and from Docker registry we are going to deploy that particular set of code on our Amazon instance, deploy container to EC2 with Jenkins CI. Right now we are at 12:29. Okay, for next 20 or 30 minutes we will be having a Q&A session, and post Q&A session we are going to see in the next session what is the difference between SRE and DevOps, what is the DevSecOps. Okay, these two things we are going to see. Right now we will take Q&A session. Yes, Ganesh, we can deploy ML projects as well. So Sneha, we can take the questions.
Yes, sir. I have shared the document like with you.
On email?
Yes, sir.
Sneha, I didn't receive.
Sir, we have shared a document on, like, one of my teammate have shared the document on email to you. Wait, I'll paste the questions in chat box.
Sneha, am I audible? I didn't receive your questionnaires.
Yes, sir. Please check by the name of Lalit sir. Okay, he has sent you the mail. I'm pasting it in the chat box.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Did you get it?
Yes. So we have received couple of questions from Hridyansh Raghav. We received a question how to create a software. We must already know some programming language. So Hridyansh Raghav, this is about the software development team. If you are looking at it as a DevOps engineer, so you need to just focus on automation of software integration as well as software deployment. The development team will develop the application with the help of programming languages like C, C++, Java, or whatever programming languages are there in your software development. So as a DevOps engineer, you need to focus more of about how we will deploy or how we will automate the process of deployment of the software testing of the software. Then Anjan Gorivat, the question is, what is the difference between version control system like GitHub and Artifactory? I think I already taken this question. So version control system GitHub will be used to store your code at a centralized location, and Artifactory means to store the binaries of your code or the package of your code or your application after compiling your code, after your code is ready at the centralized location. You can say it as a, if you want to store the containers version history. At that time, you will use the Artifactory such as Docker Hub. And Ashish have the question: how many SDLC models does a software product goes through during the software development process? Sorry, I didn't get your question, but I'll try to rephrase it. What you mean to say? What all different types of models we are using as a part of software development life cycle, and what all phases it may go through. The phases I already discussed in the first slide. The phases of software development life cycle is planning, requirement, design, coding, like software development, testing, deployment of that particular set of code, and operations after deployment. This is the life cycle of the software development. Once you know this life cycle, there are different models based on this particular life cycle. One is waterfall model, second one is agile model, and then comes into the picture DevOps. We already discussed all of these things at the starting of the webinar. Can we get the text file after the lecture? Which text file? I'm not sure. If you want, you can connect with the PHN team. They might help you. What is agile methodology? We already discussed. In agile methodology, we divide the software development into chunks, and we worked on that particular set of chunks of application development. Music to studio. And how is DevOps different from agile methodology? In agile methodology, the dev team is working in agile way, but operation teams is still working on waterfall method. So in order to deliver application fast and efficient way, we are using the DevOps. We collaborate in DevOps is a process where we collaborate dev team as well as ops team. As a DevOps engineer, it's your role to have the collaboration between dev and ops people and help them to automate end-to-end deployment of your software. Abhishek Dubey, what skills will be required to be a DevOps engineer? To become a DevOps engineer, you need to have at least basic prerequisite of operating system and at least a basic knowledge of a programming language. Though it is not necessary, you can learn it very easily if you join the complete end-to-end sessions of DevOps engineering. Okay. Question: how many SDLC model does software product undergoes throughout the production phase? Sorry, can you please rephrase the question? I didn't get your question. Okay. Then Ravina, we are having question: which compiler use in the coding? The compiler is based on which programming language you are working on. If you are working in Java, then you can use the Eclipse or Eclipse as a compiler tool. There are multiple compiler tools are available. Application is based on Python. In that case, you will be using Python or .NET. In that case, you may use the VS Code. Can you give more examples of configuration management? I already gave you the examples of configuration management. If I want to see all the 100 servers are up and running or live or not, at that time I'm going to use the ping. Then if I want to create 100 servers at that time I'm going to use the Terraform. Based on the application, based on the requirement, the tool may vary. Okay, if I want to install the applications like Java or Git or softwares, I want to install softwares on different servers, at that time I'm going to use a configuration management tool. What is logger? Is there any tool? So logger means I want to monitor the logs of my application. If there is some exceptions in my application, at that time I am going to use the logger. The question from Hemant. So I already gave you the ELK stack is one of the logger which is most widely used. Which software sir is writing this code? Which code? I am not sure. I haven't written down any code yet. What is the role of Docker and Kubernetes in DevOps? Is the learning technology is worth it? So I will show you it is worth or not. If you go to the LinkedIn, I'll show you. I'll take this question at the last. Okay. can we use the Git as a configuration management? Git is basically software management tool where we can keep track of the changes, what all changes our software have gone through till the time. Some note about the cloud computing. We have seen a basic demo how we create the virtual machine in the cloud. How we can use this instance in our projects. We are going to do a hands-on demo. Gulfashan Parvin, we are going to see the hands-on demo, how we are going to use this particular set of instance. Okay. Shweta Kumari, AWS is a code compiler. Yes, in AWS as well, you will be having different services like code build, code compile, code commit. Different types of tools are available over there in AWS. If you search in AWS console, AWS code commit. If you see code commit is one of the tool we are AWS, which is already pre-written in AWS. Okay. So I'll show you this question also. I'll take it in the last. Okay. Let me share my screen again. I think I am audible, right, Sneha?
Yes, sir. You're properly audible.
Okay. So there are two questions which I'll be taking in the last. What is the role of Docker and Kubernetes in DevOps? Is learning this technology is worth it or not? This one question. AWS is code compiler, question mark. AWS is not a code compiler. AWS is a platform which will give you the services if you want to create the infrastructure in the cloud, if you want to run your code outside your personal laptop. Okay, then there are lots of services. AWS is having their own CI/CD. The inbuilt CI/CD tools are there. If you see over here, AWS code commit, we can add our repository in AWS itself. We can create our own repository with the name and okay. Then we can even store our own artifacts in AWS. We can even build the code in AWS itself instead of using Maven or Gradle tools outside. Even we can deploy the services on AWS with the help of code deploy, and even we can write our pipeline with the help of AWS code pipeline services. So these all tools are already available there in AWS, but we are not here doing the cloud specific, but we are looking at the DevOps, complete DevOps pipeline outside the cloud only. Cloud is one of the part of DevOps. Okay. So that's why we are taking different types of tools in our training. Okay. Then next question, let me see. What is the meaning of Artifactory? I already explained the meaning of Artifactory is storing your artifacts or final versions of your applications at the central position. For example, if you deployed version 1 of your application, then you deployed your version 2 of application, but your version 2 of application is having some issues and you want to roll back to the previous version. If you want to go back to the previous version, at that time you will go to the Artifactory and you will deploy the previous version like version 1.1. Okay. How can I use this instance with Ubuntu, your own machine? I am not getting your question. Okay. Now, Suraj, your question, what is the role of Docker and Kubernetes in DevOps? Is this learning technology is worth it? As I already explained you, Docker is containerizing your application and running it anywhere. Once you containerize your application, when you store your application code, libraries and dependencies into the one container and give that container to anyone in the world, irrespective of the underlying infrastructure. If you're running your Docker container in your own desktop or in your own virtual machine, and you will give it to me, if I'm using it in AWS, Azure or Google Cloud, I can be easily able to access that application if it is Dockerized. I do not need to worry about what type of version you are using. Let's say you are using Java 8, but in my machine, if it is Java 9, I do not need to worry. If I'm running the container, it will work. Now Kubernetes, if I want to deploy this container on different machines, as per the expectations, if I want to scale up number of pods, if I want to scale up number of deployments or scale down number of deployments, at that time Kubernetes is came into the picture. If you simply go onto the LinkedIn, okay, if you will the Kubernetes architect or Kubernetes career, okay, let's see, I want to see the jobs which consist of Kubernetes. Okay, if you see only Kubernetes in India, if you are having the knowledge of Kubernetes, there are 15,810 jobs are available. So now you understand what is the importance of Kubernetes. If I'll remove only architect only and I'll just say Kubernetes, the result might get increased. It's 19,745 roles are available only in India. If I'll do it worldwide, you will see there are lakhs of jobs are available for the people who is having experience or knowledge in Kubernetes. Okay, if I'll do DevOps engineer, why DevOps is important? If I see DevOps engineer worldwide, there are 70,000 openings are right now available worldwide. If I'll do India, in India, we are having 6,000 openings. If I'll do build engineer in India, there are different roles with which you can search the DevOps role. If you see 4,000 roles are available with the DevOps build engineer. If I'll do cloud engineer in India, 21,000 roles are available. So as part of career, if you are looking out, if you are looking as a career to the DevOps as well as cloud engineer, there are a hell amount of lots of openings are available in the market. Okay. So if you want to connect with me over the LinkedIn, this is my profile. I'll share my profile with you, all of you guys. Okay, so this is my profile with where you can connect with me over the LinkedIn and have a chat if you have any questions outside this particular. Yes, Gulfashan, Parvin, these all tools are free only for AWS. You need to ask, you need to request AWS to provide you $300 $300 of credits in order to work all of these tools together. Okay, so there are some of the repositories which I am going to share with you guys. So you can note all these links with you for if you want to do a project hands-ons along with me. Okay, so I already posted in the chat window my LinkedIn profile as well as my GitHub profile where you can download the source code. Okay, so apart from this, do we have any questions? Sneha, if we do not have any questions, then we will go ahead.
Yes, so we can go ahead now. If any question arises, we can solve the queries in next half.
Okay. So as a DevOps engineer, let me share my screen again. I already explained you, but still I'll give you brief again. Let me share my screen again. On YouTube, I can see. Thank you, Parvin ji. This is my LinkedIn profile. If you go and search Gaurang Shah over here, you will find the cloud as well as Kubernetes symbol next to me. And the description is talks about DevOps, Kubernetes, Cloud, AWS, Azure, GCP. Okay. And this is the profile, Shaha-Gaurang 1. This is my profile. If you want, you can take it from here. I already added the link in the comment section. Okay. Now let's see what all roles if you learn DevOps tools and technologies. What all prerequisites are there? I already explained you. The prerequisite is at least one basics of programming language. Mostly you can go and learn shell scripting or bash scripting or Python. Okay. Second one is basics of OS, Linux as well as Unix. Okay. So this is the prerequisite, and then the tools will come into the picture. Okay. It will take almost 45 to 60 days to become complete DevOps engineer and to learn all of these tools. Okay. How I'm giving you the roadmap, or we already discussed about the roadmap as well. So once you learn all the DevOps tools and technologies, you learn the basics of the operating system, you learn the prerequisites like what all program, you learn at least one programming language, then on which, as a career option, on which roles you can focus on. Roles, there are multiple roles. Build engineer, second one is deploy engineer, third one is DevOps engineer, fourth one is infrastructure engineer, fifth one is even you can go with DevSecOps if you know the security principle engineer. Sixth one is support engineer. Seventh one will the DevOps support engineer. Seventh one, even you can see CI/CD engineer. So what is the meaning of build engineer is you just need to focus on continuous integration. For example, out of you people, you guys only knows how to integrate Jenkins with GitHub. Then you can say SonarQube. Like if you only know the first phase, this particular phase, pull the latest code from GitHub repo, compile the code, build the code, and store package at the repository. Then if you know only these things, okay, and if you know how to integrate all of these things with the Jenkins, in that case, you will be eligible for as a build engineer. Very simple. What is a deploy engineer? If you know only how we can deploy application on AWS or Azure or GCP, how to deploy container, or you are expert in only Docker and Kubernetes. Let's say you are having the expertise in Docker and Kubernetes. So you will be working as a deploy engineer. You will be able to only deploy the application. What is the DevOps engineer? If you know complete pipeline writing, how you will write the pipeline end to end, in that case, you will be working as a DevOps engineer. What is the infra engineer? If you know the Terraform as well as Ansible, if you are good in Terraform plus Ansible, if you are expert in Terraform, Ansible, or you can say shell scripting, okay, in that case, you will be working as an infra engineer. You will be very good to go ahead with the infra engineer. If you know how to secure infrastructure along with CI/CD, so you will be working as a DevSecOps engineer. DevOps support engineer, if you want to apply patches. So how many of you know the patches, the meaning of patches? For example, you are having Windows 10 in your system, but after 2 or 3 months, you will get the notification that you need to upgrade your Windows to patch 1.1. You need to upgrade your system to patch 3.5. So in order to provide the security to your operating system, you need to apply the patches on Linux, or sometimes if you are using the database, you will apply the patches to the DB. So this patch applyment with the help of automation, we may use, this is the configuration management tool, Ansible. Okay, this is just I'm giving you the real life examples, guys, how you can become DevOps support engineer if you know how to apply patches, security patches to Linux or database or any application. For example, I ask you to deploy Java 10 on 100 servers which already have Java 8. Let's say all of these 100 servers are having Java 8, but we migrated our code from Java 8 to Java 10 in order to develop a better features. And I ask you that I want to deploy, I want to upgrade the software from Java 8 to Java 10. So you can do with the help of Ansible. Again, Ansible shape for Puppet. Okay, this can come under the DevOps support engineer. To do a support level job, this role is for you. Okay, and CI/CD engineer, what will be the role of CI/CD engineer? The role of CI/CD engineer, if you are an experienced engineer, in that case, you will design the CI/CD pipeline. What all tools you need to use? For example, in my case, I don't want to use Jenkins. I want to use the GitLab CI. So how I will design that particular pipeline? That can be done with the help of the CI/CD engineer. Okay, these all are the only roles based on CI/CD or deployment of application. There will be a different roles for cloud engineers. See how many opportunities are there in the market as a DevOps engineer or as a cloud engineer. Again, in a cloud engineer, you can work as a infrastructure cloud engineer. You can work as a cloud DevOps engineer. You can work as, along with your experience, not for the fresher people. If you are having very good exposure to cloud and you know multiple services like EC2, or you can say EKS, or any database services, I'll show you the different services in the cloud. If you go over here, so there are hundreds of services are already available. If you see over here, so what all analytics services are available, analytics based services. If you want to run the production level machine learning models, so all of this particular type of services are used in the analytics. If you are a data engineer, you can work as a cloud data engineer, Amazon cloud data engineer, Azure cloud data engineer. Okay, if you want to work on application integration, so these all services are widely used. If you want to work on AR and VR based technologies, virtual reality based technologies, so Amazon Sumerian is one of the services. Okay, then if you want to work on the budget level, what will be the budget of my application if I'm going to use this application for next 6 months? So what will be the budget? So at that time, the cost management will come into the picture. If you want to work on compute only, so we already see only one part, that is Amazon EC2 virtual machine, but there are different types of services you can take use of. If you want to work on container, if you want to work on Kubernetes, then Amazon is having their own elastic Kubernetes services. Amazon is having their own services which is based on OpenShift virtualization or OpenShift technologies. So if you want to work database in the cloud, so you can work with this. So there are n number of different roles are available again for the cloud engineer. Now everything depends on which side of the cloud you want to work on. Okay, so I think we are exactly on the time. It is 1. Okay, I think we are having the afternoon session after 1 hour. Okay, so if you are having any questions, feel free to ask in the comment section, or you can even redirect it to the PHN team. So we will help you out with the solutions. So over to you, Sneha.
Yes, sir. We will be having a lunch break now, and we will resume the session at 2 p.m. Hello.
Yes, sure, sure.
Okay. So I request all the participants to please join again at 2 p.m. We are having a lunch break now. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the students again after break. And Gaurang sir, I request you to please proceed with the session.
Yes. Thank you, Sneha. Let me share my screen. So please let me know once my screen is visible. Okay. So now what we are going to do is we are going to deploy one or two applications on AWS EC2 instance, the instance which we have created. I have already done a setup in on different instance in order to save the time. So what I have done so far is I'm connecting to this instance. If you see over here. So what all things I have done on the server. Before going ahead, let me explain you. What all steps I have done. Spin up EC2 instance. Install Java Jenkins on EC2 server. Start Jenkins services. And open port 8080. As I told you, I'll show you how we open the port. If you go into the security, in the security groups, in inbound rules, edit inbound rule. So as I told you that inbound rules means which type of information or which type of network can be able to access our group. So for that, I have added a couple of port ranges like Jenkins is running on port 8080. So I have opened port 8080 in my inbound rule. We are going to deploy two applications which will be running on port 8000 as well as port 3000. So that's why I have opened the ports 8000 as well as 3000 in the security group. Okay. So these things I have added from here in the security group. Now my Jenkins is running on 8080. Let me show you how I'll connect to my Jenkins. If you see, I have copied public IP address, and if I'll go to 8080, my Jenkins is up and running. I have done the setup of Jenkins, and I have provided my user ID as well as password. This is the Jenkins dashboard, which is accessible only for me. And this is my GitHub profile, which is uh, public. So what all setup steps I have done so far, I'll explain you. Just give me a moment. So instead of doing this, what we will do is I will set up a new machine over here again for you guys for better understanding of the installation and setup of the tools. Let's say we will create DevOps 2023 machine. We are having one instance. Okay, I want Ubuntu instance to be spinned up. And in that Ubuntu, I am going to create a t2.small or medium size of machine. I am going to create t2.medium, which is having 2 virtual CPUs and 4 GBs of memory. Okay. And now I have already stored the key for this particular master class with the name of workshop-thn.pem. So what I will do is I will use the same key, workshop-phn. So this key is useful in order to connect to the instance from outside. For example, GitHub is the tool, GitHub, which we are going to use. It will access it from the outside. Okay, so I am going to launch the instance now. So let me connect with DevOps 2023. It is in pending state. Now it is in running state. Let me connect. If you see, guys, I am already having a setup on this particular IP address. 34.201.101.177 and 8080 is open, but for the demo purpose I'm showing you only over here with the help of new machine. Okay, so at the very first, what we'll do, with apt get update, we will update our system. Okay, once our system is updated, next step will be Jenkins is Java based application. In order to install Jenkins, we will be need to have a Java in the place. So that's why what I'll do, I'll install the Java as well. Open JDK -11-JRE. Okay, so what it will do, it will install the Java in my machine. The private IP address and public IP address of DevOps 2023 machine is this. It is given over here. Okay, so what we want is we want to install Jenkins on this particular machine. Okay, now our Java is installed. Let's see, let's verify Java installation. Okay, now our Java is available. Now what will be the next step is to install Jenkins on Ubuntu. Okay, so how do we install Jenkins on Ubuntu? Let's see on the official website. If you see over here, we need to perform these particular steps. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to perform the activities over here. If you see here, then next step is, again we are going to, as we have installed the new binaries. So what we will do, we will again update our system. So our system will take effect that we have already installed this. Then what will be the next steps? The next steps will be, we will see the Jenkins service is up and running or not. Okay. So how to check that service is available or not? So let's see over here. Sudo systemctl. This is the command to enable the Jenkins. Let's see status. Jenkins service not found. There is some issues here. Let's do it one by one. This is done. Then again run update. Sudo apt-get update. Okay, we are updating the system. After update, we need to install the Jenkins. Once Jenkins is installed, we need to see the service is running or not. Then there is something over here. So DevOps is more of about, if you know how to troubleshoot the issue, in that to learn DevOps, you can learn it from anywhere. It is very easy to learn, but most important skill in DevOps is you need to know how to troubleshoot issue in case of any problems. So let's see where we stuck. Okay. Let me go through this. We will install the Jenkins with this way. We need to add the keys from here. Okay. Let's see now we are able to install the Jenkins or not. If you see over here, package Jenkins is not available. I guess there are some issues. So let's do one thing. Let's connect to the pre-installed session, Jenkins masterclass. Okay. Let me connect to the Jenkins masterclass machine. I need to troubleshoot the other machine, so that will be maybe time consuming. So let's see over here right now what we will do. I am going to deploy one application, which is, let me show you, React App CI/CD. Okay. So this is the application. This is the React landing page, which we are going to deploy. This application is not developed by me. It is already developed by someone else, and it is an open source. If you see, it is an open source. Okay. And the live demo of this application is this. If you see, this is the live demo, open.curib.com. Okay. And this way, we need to deploy this particular set of application on our virtual machine, on our EC2 instance. So how you will do this? I'll show you multiple ways to perform the operation. I'll just go ahead with the new item. Let's do CI/CD manual free style, for example. Okay, I am right now selecting the freestyle project. Okay. So if you see over here, I want to build this particular set of application. So what I'll do, I'll just copy my GitHub repository URL from where I want to pull this code into the Jenkins. So this is the Jenkins project, Git project. What I'll do, I'll go here and just add the Git pipe URL. And this is the Git credentials which I am going to pass. The branch specifier is here master by default, but our application is in main branch. If you see, our application is in main branch. So instead of master, I am going to use main. Okay. What I want to build this application manually with the help of shell script. So how I will build this project with the help of shell script is I am going to do with the help of Docker. I am going to use -t. I am going to provide the tags, and what all tags I am going to provide, it is given over here. If you see, if I want to build a project, I will Docker build T, and I am going to use this particular set of project. Sample React app -1. Okay. And I am going to run the same project. Once our image is ready, I will deploy this image to our server. Okay. Let me show you again. This is the website deploy in the configuration. Okay. Okay. So what we are doing, we already have deployed Docker in, we already have set up Docker in our EC2 instance with apt update Docker, and we are just running the container. We are creating the container out of image. So how this particular image is getting built, if you see over here in Docker file, we are having a Docker file over here. In the Docker file, we have written the instructions like how we want to create our image. So image is basically set of instructions which will create your application and application image. Once your image is ready, what you will do, you will create container out of that image by using Docker run. If you see over here, Docker run. Okay. Let's do apply and save. If I'll build the application, so what will happen, CI/CD manual freestyle, this type of folder is getting created over here, cd/var/lib/jenkins/workspace. If I'll do ls-la, this project is getting created, CI/CD manual freestyle. Okay. Now I'll go inside this directory. If I'll do ls, if you see all the files which are there in this particular GitHub repository is copied onto my server. Okay. If you see, the job is in progress, job is running. And if you see the console output, it is successfully created. We have successfully deployed our application. Okay. Now, if you see the logs, here, all the steps which we are there, expose 3000, we have written in the Docker file will be executed there from node Alpine. The underlying infrastructure is node Alpine. It will be getting created. If you see sending big, I'll take you through the step by step. The first step is from node Alpine. Second one is workday application. Third one is copy package.json. Fourth one is install npm. Fifth one, run npm. Fifth one, copy. Then run npm build. All of these steps are given over here in the Docker file. Okay. So if you do docker ps -a, I want to see what all processes are running in the Docker. If you see sample react app latest docker entry point.sh, it is created a minute ago. Right now we have created this. Now I want to access this particular application on port which is deployed on port 3000. So how I'll do, I'll just copy my public IP and I'll go here and then just do 3000. maybe we need to check the 3000 port is open or not. So what I'll do, I'll go here again into the instances. I'll check the security group. Jenkins masterclass security. I think I miss 177 here. I missed the last 7. So after copying this, if you see our port is exposed to port 3000 and our application is running on our virtual machine. If you see over here on our virtual machine, the website, we have deployed website, but we deployed manually. We deployed it manually. If you want to access this website, you can check it from here. I'll give you the link. You guys can check out, are you able to access the application or not from the given link. I have given http 334.201.101.177:3000. I want to see that are you guys are able to access. You can post it in the chat window. So I'll come to know that you guys are able to access the application. Waiting for your response, guys. Shubda saying she is able to access the application. What about others? Only one person is able to access application or all the people? Then we will go ahead. Are you using HTTP colon? Why not? Other people are able to access. Link is not shown. Okay, I'll give it to you again. The link I am going to give it to you again. If you use this particular link, http://34.201.101.177:3000. Check the URL before accessing it. I'll paste it in the YouTube chat as well. Let me make some changes. Let me see why you are not able to access. Port 3000 IP4 anywhere. Save rule. No, it is anywhere already. So you need to access to. If now our container is running, okay. What if I want to stop this application for accessing? I want, let's say tomorrow there is some change in my GitHub code. For example, let's do some changes in the GitHub code. src index.js. Let's see, there are some changes. Let's say there will be version 2 tomorrow. So what we'll do, I'll just do docker stop container ID. This is the container ID. This is the container ID. Docker stop this. Okay. Now my Docker container is stopped. Now if I'll do docker ps-a, if you see the status over here, previously the status of React sample app was up. Okay. Now the status is changed that it is exited. Now what I'll do, I'll just refresh this page. This application will be not accessible. This application is not accessible because we have stopped the container. Now what I'll do, I'll remove this container instead of, if I'll remove this container from the Docker and then again I'll do docker ps-a. If you see, this container is now not available. Now what we'll do is, I want to deploy the same application. I want to deploy the same application with the help of pipeline. Okay. So what will happen? I'll go here. Okay. So guys, this is just a demo. I was preparing this particular set of demo and I want to show you couple of errors, how you need to troubleshoot this particular set of errors. That's why I am keeping this job with me. If you see over here, at the very first time, why the application was failing. So as a DevOps engineer, you need to know how you will troubleshoot the issue in case of any failure. If you see in the log, we will be getting some of the errors like this. Java.lang.no such method error. Okay, SSH agent. Previously, I was deploying it with the help of SSH agent. How SSH agent will come into the picture? You need to know about the SSH agent Jenkins. Okay, why we are using SSH agent? If I want to log in into another machine from Jenkins machine, in that case, SSH agent plugin will come into the picture. For example, I want to log in into my Dockerized application with the help of from the Jenkins server. At that time, SSH agent will come into the picture. So previously, due to this particular set was not defined properly, we were getting the error. Now, after that, let's say what I'll do, I'll again build this particular set of job with the help of manual way. Let me again build manual. Okay, let me build now. Okay, so now what is happening is my second time my application is getting built. If I'll refresh this page, the application will be available. Okay, my application is available. If you see over here, again I'll do docker ps-a. If you see, we already make the application up and running. Simple React app latest 25 seconds ago. Now, what I'll do, I have already written steps in pipeline. Let me go through, let me help you with the pipeline steps. If you see this on this particular set of repository, I'll give you the repository links as well for your reference. Okay. If you see this particular set of file, I'll explain you step by step. This is the pipeline script which is written in Groovy. Let me explain you how it is written. Okay. Every Jenkins pipeline. So where DevOps engineer need to have write a code. So first understand the pipeline is divided into multiple things. First one is pipeline. Second one important part is stages. Inside stages, you will see the stage. Okay. There are three things you need to keep focus on. Okay. So pipeline. In that pipeline, what I want to write an agent. So what is the meaning of agent and any? Agent means on which server or on which node you want to run the job. Right now, in our scenario, we are having only one Jenkins server, that is a master. We do not have any slave nodes. So that's why we are using agent any, because we are having only one server. Tools, which all tools we are using? We are using Node.js tool. Okay, so from where we are getting these tools, I have already configured the Node.js tool over here in my manage Jenkins. In the global tool configuration, I have already done the installation of Node.js. If you see here, small Node.js, this is given over here. Fine. Okay. So this is the tool we are going to use to build the application. Okay. Then what all parameters we are passing? I'll come to this parameters part while creating the job, while running the job. If you see over here in the dashboard, website deploy and front end deploy. Okay. If you see over here, build with parameters. If you see over here, build with parameters. If I want to build my job with the help of parameters, there we will be using this parameters section. If I want to deploy different versions like version 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.0, this will be the choice. Okay. And if I want to execute the test, yes, if I want to execute the test, then the boolean parameter we are going to use as a execute test. This is just for an example purpose. In this example, we are not performing any test while deploying the application, but to show you how we will pass the parameters over here, I have added this particular parameter section. Now comes to the stages. We already have explained in CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration and continuous deployment or delivery tool, we are having involved into multiple stages. The first stage is to build. The first stage is to let me show you. The first stage is to fetch the code from our GitHub repository. If you see over here, I am using the GitHub repository. Okay, and I have already passed the GitHub repository and the credentials required to access the GitHub repository. Okay, Ubuntu frontend pipeline. This is the credentials. Okay, so this is the credentials. With the help of GitHub URL and the credentials, Jenkins will pull the job from GitHub. Okay, so this is the first step. Second stage is to build the application. How we are building the application with the help of npm install. Okay, then third stage is the test. How we will test? Right now we are not testing anything because it is commented out. We will just echoing the test. The next stage is to build the image. Okay, how we are building the image? We are building the images with the help of the credentials. I have added username and password of Docker, my Docker hub. Let me show you hub.docker.com. So this is my Artifactory, and we already defined what is the meaning of Artifactory. What we are doing, we are creating the container and we are pushing the container to the Artifactory. If you see over here, I have pushed my container over here, my image over here 20 hours ago, simple React app. Okay, so what we will do with credentials, username and password I will pass. Okay, I am building the React app. Then I am echoing the password. I am doing the Docker login and I am pushing to the Docker hub repository. If you want here, what I'll do, Docker app demo. I will add Docker app demo. I want to deploy or I want to push this particular image with the name Docker app demo. Docker app demo in next run of job. Once you push your Docker container, Docker image. Once you push your image to Docker hub, the next phase will be to deploy that particular image and create container out of it on our EC2 instance. So how you will do that, I will show you from here. This job will be failed. This job will be getting failed. I will show you why. Let me run this particular set of pipeline first. Build with parameters. Okay. Let's see now all the steps over here. I am showing you the failure of this particular job. The reason is, as a DevOps engineer, you need to have a skill of troubleshooting. Like in case of failure, how you will troubleshoot the issue. So let's wait for a job to be complete. If you see over here, we have written the stages. See, my first step, checkout will be successful. Declarative to install is successful. Build is successful. Testing is successful. Right now, building image is going on, but at the time of deployment, my job is getting failed. So where is the issue? You need to check over here. What we'll do, we'll go down. Okay. If you see the error over here, driver failed programming, external connectivity on endpoint, React container app, port is already allocated. The reason is, if you do Docker ps-a once again, if you see our port 3000 is already allocated and our sample React app is already running with the same port. So it will not deploy. So in this case, what we'll do in order to perform or in order to redeploy this application, we'll do docker stop this particular container with the help of container ID. If you see, copy, paste. Okay. Now we'll remove that image and that container, not image, sorry. We'll remove that container and we will do docker ps. Okay. The container is created, but it is not able to run. So let's see over here. Our application is not accessible. What we will do, we will redeploy this application and see our error is gone or not. Okay. If you see replay, run. We are again running the application and see our application is getting successful or not, getting deployed successfully or not. I have added all the errors which I have faced while creating this particular pipeline. I'll show you. Okay, so install SS. When I got this error at that time, I need to install SSH plugin. One time I got this error. Okay, so at that time I found that the Jenkins user needs to be added in the group of Docker. So I have run this image. This particular command on the server, sudo user mode -a-g docker Jenkins, provide Jenkins user to run the Docker container or Docker images. Okay, then docker run command was failing, so I have changed the docker run command. Again, the job is failed. Let's see what is the issue. The container name is already in use by this container. You have to remove or rename that container to be able to reuse the name. Again, we need to resolve this issue. So what we will do, we will again go here and docker stop the container which is already available. We'll stop that container. Let's see docker ps-a. Okay, now we do not have this particular set of container, and again redeploy the job. Along with this, what we'll do, we'll remove that container as well. So conflict will be not there. Okay. Now again, build with the parameters. Let's do 1.1, execute test. So as a DevOps engineer, you need to know why this error occurred, how to fix this particular set of error. And as a DevOps engineer, you will face error. You need to do troubleshooting of your errors every day, every time, every minute while you will be working in the real-time industry. This is only some type of troubleshooting. There is thousands of different types of errors. You need to learn or understand how to resolve that particular set of errors. If you see over here, now my job is successful after fixing the issues. If you see, we have fixed issues multiple times. Now let's do, are we able to access this particular pipeline or not? Yes, we are able to access this particular set of code. Our website is live now. Okay. You need to manually, Maheshwarji, you need to manually add this particular link in your browser, http://34.201.101.177. colon 3000 port. Okay. Now let's deploy one more application. We will deploy one more application. Okay. Let's go ahead. So there is one application called Node app, Node application. Okay. So what is the we are deploying? You can say simply Notepad++. Before that, let me do one thing. Let me show you one more thing. Let me edit this Jenkins file. Docker push React app 1. If you see over here, I want to show you the application of Artifactory. Okay. And I'm committing the changes. Again, what I'll do, Docker remove. What I'll do is I'll Docker rm. I'll remove this particular okay. Before removing, if you see again one more error, I want to show you the one more error. If we directly remove the container which is already running, our website is already running. If I try to remove this particular container, in that case, you'll get an error that you cannot remove a running container. This. Stop the container and then remove the container. So first, what we need to do before remove, we need to do Docker stop. Okay. So once the container is stopped, if you see over here, our container is stopped or not. Let's see. Yes, it is stopped. It is stopped. Now we'll remove the container. Now our container is removed. Now what we will do is we will try to push our new image with this name. If you see in my Jenkins file, I have changed the name of the image to this sample React app 1 like this. Now what I'll do, I'll build the application. Oops, I was building the wrong application. Let's do front end deploy. I'll do build with parameters. I want 1.1 and build. Okay. Now, in one of the cases, what we are doing is we are pushing our Docker image to Docker Hub with the different name. Let's see, our job number 17 is in work progress. Okay, the job is getting failed. Let's see what is the reason behind this. An image does not exist locally with the tags Gaurang1 sample React app 1 because it is not available here. Okay, so I want to pass the tag as a Gaurang1 sample React app -1 with the same tag name. I need to pass over there. Okay, let's do one thing. Again, I'll go copy this and I'll pass the tag because what it is saying, our error, an image does not exist locally with the tag with this name. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just add the tag and I'll commit the changes. Right now I'm using the GitHub UI. You can do it with your local GitHub as well. You can do it from your Git bash as well. Okay, now let's do one thing, Docker PS. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Is my screen is visible?
No, sir.
Okay.
Now we are able to see your screen.
Okay. Yes. So we were getting some errors. Okay. Maybe my internet got disconnected in between. Okay. So let's see how things will work. Our project got failed because it is giving us the error. The push refers to the repository docker.io with my username Gaurang1 and simple React app 1. It is failed because the image does not exist locally with this particular set of tag. So I have made some changes in my Jenkins file. Okay. And I'll deploy in the here. Okay. So this is the way you can push your uh, image into your Docker hub at a centralized location. Now let's go ahead with one more app called Node app. I have run this particular set of code by mistaken before some time. Okay. The reason it was got failed is this particular container is already in use. So what we'll do, we will remove this container docker ps-a. Okay. Docker. Let me first run this job again first. So are you guys are able to access this our React website which we have deployed? Now let's do docker ps-a sample React app. This application is running on the port 3000. Okay. And we have taken this particular set of code from here. How we just dockerize this particular set of application. If you see, there are two files are not available in the original repository. I'll give you the original repository link as well. This is the original repository from where we get this particular set of project. In this particular repository, if you see, there are two files are not available. One is Jenkins file and another one is your Docker file. Okay. So we have Dockerized the application with the help of Docker file, and we have written the Jenkins file, which is getting access from here. Okay. So there is one more application called Node app, one more application where we are deploying the notes application, the sticky notes, how we are using the sticky notes in our system or notepad in our system. Okay. So if you see, it is also already Node app is already available over here. 43 hours ago, I have deployed. What I'll do, Docker stop the container ID. This is the container ID. Let me show you this in the notepad so you will be getting it clearly. Copy. If you see what is the container ID, this is the container ID. This is the name of the image. When it is created 14 seconds ago, what is the status of this particular container and what is the name of the container? This is given over here. Okay. Now I want to stop the container, this Node app. Copy, paste. Okay. And I want to remove this particular set of container. Okay, so this container is removed. Now what I'll do, I'll see the what all containers are running. There will be only one container is running, known as sample React application, which is our website, the React based website, where it is 3000 port. Let me open it again. Copy, paste 3000. Right now only this application is running. Now what we have done, we have deployed one more application called to do application. Okay, so in that to do application, if we'll go to the Docker file, okay, so in that Docker file, if you see, we are exposing this particular set of application to the port 8000. Okay, so now let's see with the same URL, but we are just going to change the port. Let's see the on 8000 port, the application is available or not. It will be not applicable because right now we did not deploy the container. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to the Node app. I'll show you how I have done the configuration. If you see over here, we have passed the GitHub URL. If you observe over here, the GitHub URL is changed now because my application is changed. To do app.git. If you see here, to do app, I have taken this particular URL. Okay. Now, what will be the next steps? I have passed the credentials. I have specified my branch. Okay. And I am building the application Docker build. I am building the image with the name tag to do node app1. To do node app1. Okay. Right now, if you see, the application is not accessible. Okay. Once my image is ready, what I'll do, I'll create container out of image. So image is basically blueprint. How I'll give you the example in simple terms. For example, if you are buying a flat, before buying a flat, what you can do, you can go to the builder and you can ask the builder, can you please show me the layout? What will be the specifications of my flat? What will be the square foot? How much? What will be the area of my flat? How my bedroom will looks like? So he will show you the plan or image of that particular construction. This is known as the image. The similar way, this is your Docker image with the tag means name, to do node app1. Okay. Once your building is ready, once you purchase the flat and once your building is ready and you want to access that particular set of room or you particular set of flat, your flat, at that time you will be using this type of thing. Docker run the image with this name, node to do container, and I want port 8080 8000 to be bind to it. Okay. So now what we will do is we will build this particular set of application. If you see, this is number 2 is now it is created. Number 3 is successful. Here as well, what we are doing, we are executing every command in Docker, every command from here. Let me show you from the Docker file. If you see, this is the Docker file commands. Let's compare these commands with our Jenkins job. Where is the Jenkins job? Okay. From node Alpine, if you see, from node Alpine, the step 1 is executed. Step 2 is workdir.app. Okay. Maintainer is Gaurang. Second step is workdir.app. Third step is copy package.json. Third one is copy. Fourth one is run npm install. Run npm install. Fifth one is copy again. Okay. Run npm run build. Run npm run build. Then the next step is expose to 8000. If you see over here, expose to I'm referring to something different. Okay. If you see, step 1, step 3, step 4, run npm install, expose to port 8000 and run with the help of this cmd node app.js. Run cmd app node.js. Okay. Once your Docker image is executed step by step, we are going to give the tag to do latest node app1 latest. Once your app is ready, once your image is ready, we will be running that image and we are creating container out of that image. And this is the container ID 143543. If you see here, I'll do docker ps-a 1434. If you see, I'll copy this again for you. Copy and I'll paste here 1435. If you see here 1435. So we have created a new container with this name. Now I want to access my application. So how I'll access this application? With this. Now, how you find the learning? I love to teach awesome people. Let's say I am adding this particular set of command or set of instruction for you guys. I like to teach you. So I have added over here. If you want to access this, you can access it from here. I want to see how many of you guys are able to access and what all types of comments you are going to pass in the session. Are you able to access the link? So this is all about how we have deployed and created the pipelines, and we have deployed with the help of Jenkins. So in this, what all tools and technologies are involved? We have seen how we are pulling the code. Let me show you from here. I explained you this. Again, I'll explain you what we have done. What we have done is the developers are already developed the application. They commit the code to the GitHub repository. So right now you can consider my GitHub repository as a centralized place. They push the code with the help of Jenkins. As a DevOps engineer, we have pulled the code. We build the image. We push the image to the Docker registry. And from the Docker registry, we have deployed the code on Amazon EC2 instance. So this is the way we deployed the applications. Does anyone have any questions? So you guys are able to access. I can see lots of yes. Let me refresh. Oh, all of you guys are using the same commands. Comments. I want feedback from you guys. ठीक है. So that's all about the CI/CD pipeline. Now it's 3 o'clock. We will be having 10 or 15 minutes of break. Okay, and then we will be going ahead with the next part of the session. Okay, so Sneha, can you please take it forward?
Sir, did you stop sharing screen?
Yes, yes. Yeah. Let's take a 10 minutes of break. So guys, do we have any questions? I can see lots of people are able to access the application, but I'm not sure why you guys are not able to access this application, the second application with port 3000. Just replace, instead of 8000, just replace it with 3000. Let me see.
Okay, now we are going to take a short break. So, of 10 minutes, we'll resume the session after 10 minutes. So, I request all the students and faculties who have joined to please stay tuned. Good afternoon, everyone. So we can take a question answer session now.
Yes, we can take.
Okay. So did you get the questions?
You mailed me the questions.
Yes.
Let me see.
Gaurang sir?
Yes, I'm audible.
Yes, now you are audible.
Okay, so let me take all of these questions. I'll copy this. Okay. So from Parvin, we are having the questions. Can we deploy other language-based projects like PHP or Laravel or Python using Jenkins? Yes, we will. We can deploy any type of application. It may be Java-based, Python-based, Node-based, then PHP, Angular, .NET. So you can deploy any type of application which is, and you do not need to take care of the in which programming language the application is built. Jenkins is the tool which is helpful for compiling your code, building your code, and deploying your code in automated way. So we do not need to take care of which in which language the project is written or the software is written. Second question is from Pradeep. Sir, which language is mostly preferred in DevOps? So in order to learn the DevOps, you need to have very good scripting knowledge. You can have a shell scripting knowledge or bash scripting knowledge. You need to have knowledge of Python scripting, and at the very basic level, you need to know the fundamentals of the programming languages. It may be anything, maybe Python or Java. Okay. The third question is how to integrate SonarQube and JUnit with Jenkins in CI/CD pipeline. So in order to integrate SonarQube and JUnit, this will be covered in the continuous testing session, and it will again take whole 30 minutes or 1 hour where we do it together. Okay, but this is completely different topic which will needs to have some time in our hand. Then what is the project deploy means? The project deployment means, Vijaya, the meaning of project deploy means right now, for example, you have written hello world program, for example, in your local system, and now you want that particular set of application to be accessible to all the end users. For example, this particular website, to do app, this particular to do app is I'm able to access from my laptop, but I want you people to access it. So in that case, what I'll do, I'll deploy my application onto the virtual machine, onto the environment, some environment. So that type of environment is known as the virtual environment. So not only me, you guys can also be able to access the application. Okay, so this is the meaning of project deployment. What is the important language for DevOps? I think I have already covered this. How to integrate SonarQube? I have already covered this. It will take some time. It will require 2 or 3 hours in order to integrate SonarQube with Jenkins. So Jenkins is a tool where we can integrate any tool which is useful for DevOps. You can integrate Docker, you can integrate Kubernetes, you can integrate Grafana, you may integrate Maven, Okay, so in Jenkins, I already have one session of Jenkins. Let me show you what all things are we can do with the help of Jenkins. For example, I want to install some plugins. For example, I want to install SonarQube. For example, what I'll do, I'll just go to plugins and I'll just install the SonarQube scanner. And what I'll do, I'll install the SonarQube plugin in my server, in this server. Okay, once SonarQube plugin is available, I will use this particular set of plugin in order to test my code. Okay, this is about the plugin management. Then global tool configuration. If I want to use particular set of Java, for example, I want to use JDK 8 or JDK 10. So in that case, I can add it over here. Okay, and there will be options are given over here that which version of Java I want to use in my application building. Okay, so that tools can be added into the global tool configuration. In the global tool configuration, you can configure your tools which you are going to use. For example, recently I have added Sonar Scanner. So this option was not available. Right now it is available. After installing the plugin, let me show you again. If I'll go to manage plugins, okay, sorry. I'll go to manage plugins and I'll installed plugins. In the install plugins, I am having Sonar. Okay. If I'll disable it from here, okay, if I'll disable it from here, it might be not available here. Or if I'll delete that tool from there, it might be not available from there. Okay, then we can even install the Maven. Okay, and I have already installed the Node.js application because our website is based on the Node. Okay, so this is the global tool configuration. Okay, apart from that, I'll show you the credentials. I'll go over here into the credentials, global credentials. Okay, if you see over here, I'll show you. If you see, I want to update. If you see this ID, this is the ID which I have passed from here. Just a minute. In my CI/CD pipeline, so this is the ID. This is the front end pipeline description, and I have added my private key over here. From where I have taken the private key. When we do SSH-keygen, it will generate two keys. One is public key and one is private key. If you see over here, ID underscore RSA cat ID cat dot pub. If you see over here, this is the public key. If you see over here, so there is one question. I'll explain you. If you see this particular public key, let me add over here. This is my public key. I have added this public key into my GitHub. Let me show you the where I have added. I'll go to my profile. In my profile, I'll go to the settings. In the settings, if you see SSH and GPG keys, okay, and I have added this key over here, masterclass Jenkins -key. So here I have added my public key. I'll show you just an example. I'll provide the title and I'll pass this particular set of key over here. So whenever Jenkins will ask GitHub to pull the code from the GitHub, at that time it will be pulled with the help of this public key. Okay, so this is public key because my GitHub profile is publicly available. My profile is publicly available. Now where we are going to use private key, let me show you. Let me show you again. This is my public key, and now I'll show you my private key. Okay, so this is the private key. If you see over here, this is the private key. Okay, so I have passed this private key in the setting of Jenkins. Where is In here, I have passed my private key in the credentials. Okay. Why private key in the credentials? Because Jenkins is accessible only to me. I don't want you people can access it, because you can even make the changes over here. This is not a good thing. Okay. And now if you see over here, uh, where is Docker? Let me close this. A React app. So if you see with credentials, username, password, and this is the credential ID, like how how my pipeline will came to know how my pipeline, if you see the same credentials ID, what does it mean? It is my Docker Hub username and password, which we are passing here. Where is in my Jenkins file? If you see in my React app, Jenkins file, while logging into the Docker Hub, I am using this credential ID. So in that credential ID, I have provided my username and password. This is my username, Gaurang1. And this is my password. Sorry, I am not going to tell you my password. Okay. So this is the user ID and password with which I am logging into Docker Hub. If you see hub.docker.com, I show it to you again. If you see, this is my username, Gaurang1 is my username. Okay. And I have passed my password and the global credentials. From the global credentials, my Jenkins will understand the Jenkins file demanded the global credentials. So this is ideally, this is the credential ID. This is not ideally the good option if you worked in the real-time environment. In real-time environment, we are using the Vault tool in order to store the passwords. Okay. So manage Jenkins, we discussed about configuration of system is pending. We discuss about the plugin, we discuss about the credentials, we discuss about the global tool configuration, and this is the configure system, which is my default home directory in my Jenkins. If you see over here, if I'll do cd and I'll go to where lib Jenkins. Okay, let me clear the screen. This is my default home directory, ls-la. All the folders which are related to Jenkins will be under this. If you see, these all are the folders are under this. Okay. And if you go into workspace, in this folder, if we go into the workspace folder, all the projects which we have run till the time, that will be available over here. If you see CI/CD manual freestyle, front end deploy, node app, website deploy 1, these 4 projects are available in our dashboard. If you see 1, 2, 3, 4, these 4 projects will came under here in the workspace section. Okay. Then number of executors. What does it mean? It means that at a time I can execute only 2 jobs. If I trigger the 3rd job, it will be not going to run. Okay. Then usage, void period. Okay, so what is my Jenkins URL from where I can access the Jenkins? It is given over here. So the manage Jenkins is basically something where all the Jenkins related stuff, what is the directory where you are going to run the jobs, which is available in the configure system. Even you can do a custom modifications as well. Now, what is manage nodes and clouds? Okay, what is the meaning of manage node and cloud? The meaning of manage node and cloud is, right now we are using only one server, Jenkins master. Jenkins is installed over there and we are running the project on the same server. But in the real-time environment, as I told you, what happened, we need to deploy our applications on different environments. So which all environments we have discussed? For example, dev, QA and prod. So what we will do, for dev, we are having different servers. For QA, we are having different servers. For production, we are having different servers. So what we will do, we will be creating the servers in EC2 and we are passing as a node over here. We are creating a node over here, new node. For example, what I'll do, I'll give it the name, dev node. Dev node. and I will add a permanent agent over here, and I'll create the node. Okay. So what will happen? I need to do a configuration between master and node. So this is one of the important interview question. What is how you will perform master slave configuration? So this is the homework for you guys. Okay. So this is the way you need to think about. You need to think about the configuration. Now configure global security, manage credentials, manage users. Where manage users will come into the picture. So now Jenkins is getting used by many people. The Jenkins can be used by dev team. Jenkins can be used by QA team. Jenkins may use by the system admin team, and every team member is having different types of rights. For example, I just want that the dev team will be able to only build the application, but they do not. I do not want them to deploy the application. As a DevOps engineer, I just want that the the developers can only build the application. They do not have access to deploy the application. I want QA team to only run the jobs which are under the QA job. For example, doing a testing, continuous testing. So in that case, what I will do, I will create a users. I will assign the users into the specific group, like dev group. In the dev group, all the developers will be there. In the QA group, only QA people will be there. And I'll provide them the authority to perform certain operations. And DevOps engineer, as a DevOps engineer, what I'll do, all the rights, I'll keep it with myself that I can do anything. So this can be done with the help of manage users. If you see right now, the username Gary and Gaurang Shah is available. If I'll create new user, let's say Akash. Let's say Akash. I have created a new user and I'll give some password Akash@12. This is just an example. Okay. Akash@gmail.com. Okay. I'll just create a user. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just log into this particular system with the help of name Akash. I'll just open it into incognito mode. I'll do Akash and Akash@12. Okay. If you see now, I have created a new user with the name Akash from the Gaurang Shah. Right now, Akash is connected to the Jenkins. Okay. Let's say Akash is a developer. Similar way, tomorrow what will happen? New 5 developers join the team. New 10 developers join the team. New QA people will join the team. So I want to provide the access of Jenkins as a DevOps engineer. It's my role. It's our role to provide the access of Jenkins to other people. So this can be done by this particular manage Jenkins part. Okay. How you will add the user? You will add or remove the user. There are multiple things over there. Okay. Then if you want to see the statistics, system log, if you want to see about Jenkins, so this page is also one of the important part. I'll show you. If you see what all things are already available in our system, what all things are available, what all statics resources are available. Okay, what all dependency plugins are already available in my system. If you see over here, it is given over here. Okay. Now manage users, configure credentials provider, system information. What is this in system information? What all environment variables are over here? If you see, where lib Jenkins is my home directory. This is my ID. Where is my Jenkins home? Where lib Jenkins is my Jenkins home. Even you can change this particular set of path. Okay, let's say I don't want Jenkins home to be accessible at where lib Jenkins. I want it somewhere else. I will configure it in somewhere else as well. Okay. Then system log. Okay. In the system log, we will see all Jenkins log over here. At what time, what things I have done, and what all errors I have received. All of these things can be done from here. Okay. Okay, this is done. So about Jenkins is done. Let me again go back to the questions. Let me log out from the Akash. Sure. I see lots of people already added some comments. Great session. Thank you so much. Yes, sure. I'll try to make a video on Kubernetes. Okay, helpful session. It's going good till now. Thank you so much. Now let me go back to the questions. So I already I explained you what is the capacity of Jenkins and what all things Jenkins can do. So apart from Jenkins, Bamboo, Travis CI, all of these tools are also most widely used tools. How to integrate SonarQube? I already said it will take some time. Okay. Ganesh Patil, please tell about the virtualization. So for virtualization, you need to understand the Docker concepts. Are we going to use waterfall method in DevF in Agile method project? I'm not sure what Krishna is asking. Sorry. Does your pipeline utilize blue-green deployment methodology or FE and database deployment? So Nick, right now we are only deploying a simple application. Right now our application do not have any database as well as backend code. Right now we are just deploying the front-end code. And yes, in order to do a blue-green deployment, if you are doing a massive deployment, for example, right now we have deployed our application only on one server. Okay, but tomorrow I want to deploy this application on 100 different servers. So in that case, I may choose blue green deployment. Again, there are multiple types of deployments are available there: canary deployment, blue green deployment, pilot deployment. It depends on the architect or the project owner how they want their users to access the application. So blue green deployment, yes, we can do it, but it will require a large infrastructure. What is the meaning of blue green deployment is, let's say I want to deploy these applications on 10 servers. Okay, but I don't want that my application will not go down. Let's say Amazon. Let's say right now we are using the Amazon as our product. Okay, I don't want that if someone hits the Amazon website and our deployment is ongoing and they will see the page is not accessible. So in that case, what we will do, we will use blue green deployment. Once once the application is deployed on 3 servers, then and only it will be getting deployed on next 3 servers. So the current user traffic will be redirected to the latest application code. How auto scaling is done in AWS? So there are multiple ways, Prasad, to do auto scaling. AWS is already having auto scaling groups where we can mention that how many number of servers we want to scale, how many number of servers we need to upscale or downscale. Okay, so Akash, what is blue green deployment? We already discussed. If you want, I'll again discuss in blue green deployment is a basically strategy. If you see over here, I already explained you the traffic. Okay, for example, there are thousands of users are using my application. Okay, right now my application is on code version 1. Okay, and code version 1, and after some features we want to deploy the code version 2. So in that case, what will happen, the application will deploy in state 0. If you see over here, there are 3 servers: server 1, server 2, server 3. In state 1, what we will do in the blue green deployment, if you see the colors blue and green. Okay, so right now we are at the state 0. We do not deploy any application. What is the meaning of blue green deployment? We will deploy application on, instead of these 3 servers, we will be deploying it only first on 1 server. And like, let's see, this is version 0, version 1.1, and we want to deploy version 1.2 on these 3 servers. Let me explain you from here. We are having version 1.0 on servers A, B, and C. Okay. So currently blue group, you can say blue group version 1.0. Okay. Now what is green group? What is green group? What I'll do, instead of deploying the application version 1.2, we want to deploy version 1.2 on all three servers. So what we will do, we are not going to deploy this particular application on these three servers at a time. What we will do, we will deploy it only on one server first. And so in this case, version 1.0 is running on blue and version 1.1 is running on green. If everything is good, in this particular set of server, then it will be again deployed on the other server. But still, we are getting the traffic from the users. Users are still able to access the application. Once these two servers are up with version 1.1, then only we will be deploying it to the last server, the third server. So this is the example of blue-green deployment. Okay. Once it is deployed on all the servers, all the servers, the users of Amazon.com will be able to access the new application with the enhanced functionalities. So I hope I tried to solve your questions about blue green. Thank you, Anand, for your this. Now, what is the last question? Let me see. Mayuri, what skills are required to crack DevOps interview? I already explained you. If you know the basics of operating system, if you know the any one of the Python basics of the programming language like Python, or you know you are having very good experience in the scripting, shell scripting, for example, bash scripting. In that case, you will be at least at a fresher level, you will be able to go ahead and learn DevOps tools and technologies. And apart from that, the most important part, I'll again explain you. DevOps engineer, the most important part is troubleshooting. Troubleshooting, troubleshooting, troubleshooting. Okay. So this is the most important part. You can learn tools from anywhere, but these things as a part of troubleshooting, you need to learn it yourself. And how you will learn? If you do a practice of the jobs which we have taken today, or if you try to deploy, there are different types of use cases. I'll explain you of real-time DevOps. Okay, I'll explain you the use cases. Use case 1. Okay, if I'm having an application running on Java 11, Angular 2, and let's say MySQL, and I want to deploy application on 10 servers. So we need to write a CI/CD pipeline. So what is CI/CD pipeline? I already told you this is the way we write the CI/CD pipeline. Okay, this is the way. So for CI/CD pipeline, again, as the programming, you need to at least know the basics of CI/CD pipeline. There is one more shortcut I want to show you. For example, if you see this particular CI/CD manual freestyle job, okay, I'll go to the configure. Okay, if I will select instead of execute cell, what I'll select the pipe. If I'll go to the pipeline job, Jenkins pipeline. If you go to Jenkins pipeline generator, okay, I'm giving you a very basic, simple example over here. Okay. We are Jenkins is already given you. For example, I want to fetch the code. Let's see Git, for example. Now I'll show you how Jenkins will help you out. This is where is my Git repository? Okay. If you see, I want DevOps CI/CD. I want this particular pipeline. Okay. if I want to fetch this particular pipeline, my branch name is main, for example. I'll pass my credentials. I will add the credentials over here. Okay. And I'll generate pipeline script. If you see, it already gave me git branch, main branch, from where I want to pull the code. Similar way, I have written this pipeline. So even if you know the shortcuts, if you know how your Jenkins, how Jenkins will directly give you the code, then it will be very easy to go ahead and write the CI/CD pipeline. Okay, this is done. So it is already 3:45. Okay, we discuss about how we generate the snippet from Jenkins. What all things today we have learned? Today we have learned what all things we have learned. What is in general software development life cycle? This is the biggest umbrella. Okay. Under this, under SDLC, under SDLC, we see what is waterfall method. Then we have seen what is agile methodology. Then we see DevOps, why DevOps came into the picture. Then in DevOps, we have seen what is CI, what is CD, what is CI/CD pipeline. Tools, what we have seen, which all tools we have covered. SCM means source control management tools. In this, what we have seen, Git and GitHub. Okay. Then GitLab. There are lots of different SCMs are there. So SCM means source control management, means to keep track of your code. If I want that before 6 months, what all changes are happen in my application, I want to see that. Okay, so it can be possible with the help of SCM. Okay, so I'll show you a small demo, Git SCM. Okay, if you see over here, Git. So I'll explain you how to. Let's say I am having a new folder here, Git demo, for example. Okay, I'll go inside this particular folder. Paste. I want to go in. Let's see users Rachi. I'll go here, copy. I think there is some setup issue. So here, let's say I'll open the Git bash here. Okay. If I'll do Git init. Okay. If I'll do ls, I will be not able to see any directory over here. If I'll do ls-a, I'll see .git file is generated, .git folder is generated over here. So it means that I have initiated a directory, this empty directory. Now here I want to do some coding. For example, I'll write a code. For example, I'll create a notepad file here. DevOps tools. Okay, and in this DevOps tools, what I'll do, I'll write the tools name: Jenkins, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Prometheus, etc., etc. And I'll save this particular set of file. If you see here, if I'll do I'll do git status. I have just added a file. Okay, I'll do git status. It will show me that one file is available which is untracked. this file is not tracked, DevOps tools.txt. Now what I'll do, I'll add this file. Okay, and again I'll do git status. If you see, the untracked file is now git knows that there is one file is available, git tools.txt. Now what I'll do, I'll git commit -m my first file. I'll commit this particular set of file into GitHub, into my source code. Okay, now I'll again do git status. It will show you that changes to be committed. Okay, this change needs to be committed. At the very first, the file was not tracked. In the second way, when we added the file, it will be into the row. Okay, so it is now tracked, but it is not committed. Now it is committed. If you do git status, it will show there is nothing to commit. There is nothing to commit. If you see here, nothing to commit. Working clean tree. Now our file is added over here. Now Git knows that there is a file over here. Now what I want to do, I'll show you there is one more way. If tomorrow what will happen, I will do some changes over here. Here I'll add AWS and I'll save the file again. Okay, and again I'll do git status. The Git will know that there is some changes in the file. If you see, now I have done git status. Now Git understood that this particular file is modified. Okay, so again what we need to do, we need to git add. Okay, after doing git add, we need to do git commit my first commit. Okay, if you see over here in the one file, there are 2 insertion and 1 deletion happened. Now if you do git status, so the meaning is Git is useful to keep track of your code changes. Let's consider this is a only single file, but when you work in the real-time environment, when you build a large software, that software is having 1,000 numbers of classes, 1,000 number of files, 1,000 number of methods, and there will be update on everyday basis. Your code is getting changed everyday basis. If I want to go in the past, like 3, 4, 6 months ago, and I want to see what type of functionality was there in this code, in this particular set of class. So that can be done with the help of Git. Okay. This is about Git. So we learn about the source code management. Then we learn about CI tool. So we have seen the CI tool. We use the Jenkins CI tool. We see the how powerful Jenkins CI tool is, what all things are there. We also learn about configuration management and what all tools we have seen in for infrastructure. Am I audible to all of you? So this is all about which all tools we have covered. We also see the cloud, basics of cloud, what all things are there. It's very basic level. In order to learn cloud, it will take some time. So we have seen how to create EC2 instance on how we create EC2 instance on AWS. What is the okay? So that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me the questions. If you guys want to connect with me, I'll again sharing my link. So, Sneha, we are good to take the questions. It's almost 4. For next 20 minutes, we will be taking the questions, 20 or 30 minutes, if anyone is having.
Hello.
Yeah. You can take the number from PHN team, or you can connect with me over the LinkedIn. I see I already got number of request. Yes, Aparna, commerce student can also learn these things. It will be little hard or difficult for you to get into the industry. But yes, I have seen many commerce background or other background students as well get into the IT industry. It will be little bit difficult, but not impossible. So if no one is having any questions, then I'll hand over this session to PHN team.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible properly? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of PH in Technology, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed the success of DevOps Engineering Workshop. First and foremost, I would like to thank our trainer, Mr. Gaurang Shah sir, who have shared their valuable expertise and knowledge with us throughout this workshop. His insights shared the valuable experience and his practical demonstration have been instrumental in helping the students to gain a deeper understanding in principles and the best practices of DevOps engineering. His dedication and commitment to excellence been truly inspiring, and we are immensely grateful for his efforts. I would also like to express our sincere thanks to the organizers of this workshop, Mr. Anup Suryavanshi sir and Mr. Kiran Khanate sir, for their tireless efforts in ensuring his smooth and seamless execution. Their meticulous planning and attention to detail have enabled us to have a truly enriching and engaging experience, and we commend them for outstanding work. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to the students who have participated in this workshop. Your enthusiasm and eagerness to learn have made this workshop a truly rewarding and fulfilling experience. We hope that you have gained valuable insights and skills that will serve you well in your careers and personal endeavors. In conclusion, we at PH Technology are honored to have hosted this workshop and are grateful to all those who have made it a resounding success. We look forward to continuing our pursuit of excellence in this field of DevOps engineering, and I hope to continue our collaboration with all of you in the future. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. I would like to tell that the workshop is over, so you can now leave the session.